Well, with the absolutely unexpected tech issues out of the way, hello. Thank you guys for dropping by. This is Higurashi. We're not doing a Razor Synapse stream. We're doing Higurashi. I'm gonna make it bigger as well, but I just literally launched the game for the first time after installing the patch for all kinds of stuff. Like, honestly, I don't even know what's in the patch. I think it's better backgrounds and shit. We're gonna have a lot to work on here. You also might notice that I'm wearing fat headphones. The reason for that being that the PlayStation ones that I've talked about on Wednesday, saying they are great, they just stopped working yesterday. I have no idea why, but I can't get them to work anymore. On my PC, they work on the PlayStation just fine, and also on my phone. So we're gonna have the big boys on today, because I don't have any other ones lying around right now. So yeah, big headphones, no background, because we're gonna try that. And apparently my microphone was... Wait, if you guys were trolling, then let me go back to this one just real quick. Let me try this. Okay, we're back. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? And do you hear me well? Is the question, because if yes, then this is working as expected and as I wanted to. Zoft, Zoft and Joe, I'm not gonna believe you anymore. Also, hi. Because this is with the background filter, and I want that to work so you guys don't hear all kinds of weird stuff. Galicio, you are insane. What? Thank you. Okay. This is gonna play for a while. We're gonna have 10 of those. So cover your ears. I get. Oh wait. Actually, you know what? I might adjust the volume on these while we've got this anyways. Is this loud? Like this maybe? This should be a good volume for the alerts. Again, Galicio, thank you so much. I don't even know what to say, man. I've been gone for half a year, and you just dropped something like that. Thank you. The stream notice are distracting me. Hey, look, he paid for this, so he's getting it. And they're loud, yes, I know, but I toned them down. Wow, 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 wow. We're playing a lot of, I wonder if Nintendo is gonna strike me for using the Metroid sound so much. The I Got Nothing award? Yeah, I think your profile is actually bugged, Joe. I wouldn't be surprised about that, honestly. Okay, how do I put it to full screen? Here. Ta-da! No. Hey, we're done. Thank you again, Galicio. I appreciate this so much. Like, holy shit. Alright, we're just gonna leave these as is. And start the game, right? Last thing that happened in Higurashi was the third game, and we had the whole Sadako thing. It was crap. Like, nobody likes her. Even after the third game, I still kind of don't really... I don't know. She was so pitiful, but she's not my thing. Hey there, Cowstoop. I'm going into hibernation now and will be lurking. Have fun. See you later. The fourth game, which is this, is apparently about Rika. At least she's on the cover. And I am kind of scared because she scares me. Rika is like the single most scary character in the game so far because she is weird. Like, I feel like she knows more than we think, or like than she lets on. I have this theory that she's like a time traveler, or at least she remembers like what happens in the other games. Maybe she's a meta character that actually is like supposed to be the player, and maybe they're even gonna make like a turnaround where they make her the main character. and talk to us and meta shit like that. You can't hate Sadako after the third game. I didn't say I hate her. It's more that like I just don't really like her as much as the other two main characters, like the main girls we got so far for the other two games. So we'll see. I have to work, so I will not be here in the stream. See you, Galicia. Also, like, have fun at work. This is not sarcasm. I hope you have a good day at work. See you around. All right, we're gonna start now because I wasted so much time trying to fix my camera that hello, it's working now. We're gonna do this. Oh yeah, this is great. I hope the game volume is fine for you because it's really loud for me, like upper echelon of loud, and I don't want it to be too quiet. I can still turn it up a bit. So we'll see. Okay. Himatsubushi, for you, the final mystery. I wonder if this was planned to be like the final game, but then people were like, dude, we still don't get the story, please make more games, and he like did these answer arc thingies. Lower your headphones volume using the knob on your headphones. Yes, if I do that, it lowers Windows volume, and you guys are gonna get it more quiet as well. So that's why I was asking if the volume is good for you, because I can adjust it in OBS. Okay, time-killing chapter. I now entrust you with all the mysteries hidden within Higurashi when they cry. However comical it may be, if you have reached any conjecture, then you have passed. Oh, we passed. This final novel is a meager reward for you. Conjecture is impossible. You have the right to reject this story. What the hell does that even mean? Does it mean... does he mean it's not canon? Or does he mean it's so complicated that you can just disregard it because you're not gonna understand what's going on anyways? Here's another solution. Put a gain on game audio. Lower it for yourself. Increase it for us. Yes, but I need to know if the volume is quiet for you first, because that's what I asked, and nobody answered it. So I still don't know if I even have to adjust it at all. Alright, so we have reached conjecture before. Volume is fine. See? Here we go. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you. So how I understand this is basically he says, okay, so this final game is gonna put like everything on the table, and from there you can figure out what happened, but it's basically impossible without the follow-up games. Sounds awesome. Okay, back into hibernation. Dude, your hibernation didn't even last 5 minutes. You are the shittiest bear. Alright, let's start. I always forget this happens. This arc includes choices that were added in the console version. These choices result in dialogue changes and can lead to bad ends. Do you want to see these Wait, we got... Holy shit. Skip additional choices, show only content from PC version, prompt additional choices from console version, prompt choices, and highlight correct answers. We're gonna make bad choices. Right? I didn't expect that, but like I guess we're gonna do with the bad ending route, like where I can actually mess shit up. And we can do polls on the choices. How about that? This is interesting. Maybe this is why the game is shorter than the rest. Like, I heard that this game is only like a few hours long, so it's probably gonna be prolonged by having these other routes. I don't expect them to be super long, but we're gonna go with this. If any purist is gonna watch this after the fact who's not in chat right now, I'm sorry that I cannot like adhere to your opinion, but you're gonna be fine. If you want, I can put timestamps in the VODs. Okay. Prompt additional choices from console version. Well, one thing I wanted to say before we start, I thought about this earlier today. The next time this series adds a male character, I want to do the German voice for that one, because I wanted to do that redeem, the German Noji redeem for a bit, and I feel like I have to practice that a bit. So we're gonna use this game to practice voicing a comically German dude. And if this results in a serious character being a weird German Hollywood actor, then I'm sorry. Wonder if any of your relatives are watching. I doubt it. Most of anything usually my brother watches, and he's not home right now. Like he's on some island on vacation. All right, additional choices. We're gonna do it. Let's go. Who is the criminal, you ask? Don't we search for them in this story? Who is the criminal, you ask? Do you even know what the criminal did? Who is the criminal? Who is the criminal who will kill me now? Frederica Berncastle. And okay, Midsummer 1985. Wait, is this earlier than the usual games? Don't they play in 1988? You have to practice your innate accent. I don't have I don't have a German accent in my English, or at least not how the typical German accent is presented in media. So I have to practice that, you know? I don't know. I don't even know if I have an accent. Do I? I hope it's not bad. Anyways. Could be much worse. Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm not gonna read that thing. Is this Rika? Is this... Who is... we're just... the inner monologue, I'm just gonna read that like my normal voice, right? I had misread the time and ended up arriving too early. The schedule board flipped with a series of clacks. My flight to Sapporo was still a bit later on. I still had over an hour before boarding. Well, I might as well close my eyes for a bit over that, on that bench over there. Main games are in 1983. Oh, so it's later. Wait, is this like a post story? That's cool. I came here directly from work, so maybe the fatigue from what was making me was making me sleep. This can't be Rika, right? She's like 10 or 8 or something. She can't be working. I don't have a hydrate redeem. Finding a suitable bench, I put my luggage on the seat next to me and settled down. Who is Akasaka? Have we met that character before? Is this a dude? Is this a new dude? Did I... Is the first sentence gonna... Okay. Is this... I don't remember an Akasaka, yeah. It's the Oshinoko author. I think this is a different one. Flint and Steel. I'm just gonna assume it's a dude. And... Oh wait, we can just... Wait, let's see. Just turn on the voice for this one. Right? We can just turn on the voice for a quick second here. And... listen to what he sounds like. Or they. I sighed like an old man. Okay. This was a dude. Are we? Okay, so this, okay, we're Akasaka is German Noji now, and apparently we're playing this game from his perspective. So the whole game is gonna be in the weird German accent. I'm gonna try. What the hell is going on with the... Okay, yeah. Minecraft movie. I hope that one is good. I haven't really heard much about it. I need feedback on this, by the way. I've never talked like this. I had hoped to stay young forever, but had become splendidly middle-aged. Apparently, the rumor that even people in the latter half of their 20s experience a decline in their physical strength wasn't a lie. It had been mind-numbingly busy at work lately, so I rarely had any time to myself. This might be the first time I'd been able to enjoy a journey alone, like this, since I was a student. The reason behind this trip was to meet with an old friend. It was a bit strange to call him an old friend. In fact, it might be better to call him a bad one. After retiring a couple of years ago, he moved to Sapporo, his mother's hometown. Could be more pronounced. Like, really lean into it. This is hard, okay? His mother passed away soon after, and he was now peacefully enjoying his second lease on life. His name was Kurado Oishi. Wait, how old is Akasaka? He was a former detective from the primary investigation unit at the station in Okinomiya XX Prefecture. To be honest, the only direct contact we ever had didn't last more than 3 days. After that, we exchanged New Year's cards, but never met again. So, this would be the first time meeting him in 7 years. In other words, we met 7 years ago. Why is he making this so dramatic? Hey there, Dr. Silver, how are you doing? I'm doing fine, I'm just tired as hell. Just got an ad for a genuine gamble site? Dude, I think that might be your cookies. In 1978, when I returned from the war, there was something I just had to ask, to talk to him about concerning that time, to explain that. It was impossible not to recall the incident that happened back then. That kidnapping, the details and resolution of which were resigned to darkness. Also, it was impossible not to recall a certain mysterious girl. My name is Mamoru Akasaka. It was a year that had been strangely hot, even though it was only June. Wait, isn't it usually hot in June, though? We're ancient? True. It's like I'm playing myself. Early summer 1987. 78. I'm sorry. So we're back in time again now. Also, this was just... Okay. Wait, no. If the original game plays in 1983, and we just had 1985 at the airport, and he's thinking back to 1978, that means this is now the past, like 5 years before the events of the game. Yes. Okay, got it. Okay, I just gotta... Just give me 1 second, okay? I'll be right back. It was an actual second. This needs to be more comical. How do I even make it even more comical? I don't know how. Goodbye, teacher. Okay, bye. I'm gonna assume this is the blue-haired teacher. I forgot her name. Watch out for cars. Don't drop in at a friend's house along the way. Make sure to get your textbooks in order for tomorrow before you go to bed. Clatter, clatter, okay. The lively sounds of children running towards the hallway. This feels so weird to do after like half a year. Jesus Christ, this is loud. This has to be loud for you as well, right? Oh my god. I'm gonna turn it down a bit. Like this. I have no idea how loud this is for you, but it peaks out at around... Yeah, I think this is way too loud, isn't it? Let's turn it down to like 65% of the usual volume too loud. How about now? How about now? This should be better. Better, okay. I need full focus, so I'm legit leaving. Yes, you can ask for a short recap once you return. See you later, Dink. Okay. Young boy.
Hey now, didn't I tell you before? I already have one of those. I don't need any more.
The unique high-pitched voice of youth. I hope no youth actually has a voice like that. The energetic shrill of the cicadas went completely unheard by their ears. Children returning home from school split off one by one from their groups of friends as they went through intersections in the residential area. Even though there were several of them in a group as they left the school, as they got closer to their homes, their numbers dwindled. Even the game comments on your voice, Joe. That's why the fewer friends you were walking home with acted as an indicator that you were that much closer to your destination. Okay, that makes sense, but also not, because if you're like the first one to deviate from the path, you'd have more people around when you get home, so it doesn't make sense actually. It only makes sense if you're the last one.
Later! See ya! Yeah, see you tomorrow.
He finally parted ways with his last friend. Who, though? Is this about child abduction? A van was parked at a bend in the road. The window was open, the sound of the radio leaking outside. Hey kid, you want candy? Just remembered how unbearable Keiichi was last game? Oh, I hated him. Look, if I say I don't like Sadako, she's still like 10 times better than Keiichi. It must have been the news or something. For that reason, the three of them were arrested for traffic violations and obstruction of justice. Due to the protests against the Hinamizawa Dam project resulting in bloodshed when clashing with riot police last month, things have only become more violent. The police are therefore taking precautions against radical activists causing yet another incident. Last week, there was also a direct confrontation with Minister Inukai on the steps of the Ministry of Construction. How was my news reporter voice? I thought that was good. The boy's ears peaked up at the mention of the name Inukai. At that moment, a man's face peeked out suddenly from the window of the van. His behavior was a little different than that of a man looking around to see if there was any incoming traffic before he opened the door of his vehicle. Who the hell looks out of the window when he looks for traffic? You got a side mirror, don't you? You just look like that. You don't do that. Weird. His eyes meeting suddenly with the unfamiliar man, the boy panicked slightly. It's gonna be Oishi, isn't it? He's gonna drive the child abduction van. Nightingale. Wait, is this actually... Nightingale, okay. Skylark, okay. They've secured the 2 blocks around us. We're good to go. The man in the passenger seat whispered quietly. I didn't whisper. Nodding in acknowledgement, the man opened the door and stood before the boy. You. Are you Toshiki Inukai-kun? Wait, are they actually abducting him? While asking that, the man peered at the boy's name tag. Toshiki Inukai. The name was written plainly there. Okay, phone. My phone actually is ringing right now, but I'm not gonna pick up. The phone rang for a third time. If he reached out, he could easily pick up the receiver. However, he was concerned that if he picked it up before it had even finished ringing once, whoever was on the other end of the line would think him a fairly cheap person. Hey there. Welcome back, Apollo. That's why he normally never picked up the phone until the third ring. That's weirdly petty. Saul is calling? True. Even he thought it was a worthless habit. At least he's aware. However, his thinking that there isn't much meaning in waiting for just 3 rings, wouldn't waiting for 5 be alright, was very much a reality. His mind filled with such trifling thoughts, he picked up the phone after the third ring had finished, its reverb dampened by his action. What if it was important? Yeah, but you need to come off as cool and not pick up the phone immediately, right? So that's how it works, man. That's how you become an adult. Yes. Hello. Hello. Oh, are they gonna tell him that they abducted his son? He knew that sometimes due to a malfunction at the switchboard, calls didn't connect well. At those times, it was best to hang up and let the person on the other end call again. Thinking that the moment he began to hang up the phone, he sensed that he was definitely connected after all. He felt the presence of the person on the other end of the line, keeping silent. Hello? There was no way they didn't hear his question. What was the meaning of this? This is what you call a prank call. It wasn't like he didn't know that people could use silent calls to harass others. However, he'd never received a call like that until today. Maybe he was just lucky before, but he didn't believe that he would receive such a call on his phone. Let me check something. It said that Inukai, there, he's the Minister of Construction. I assume for Japan, right? So he's a big deal. Political abductions I think aren't super rare, so I think that's what happens. I think that's what happens here. They abducted his kid, right? There were no direct calls to or from this line. Yeah, definitely. Everything had to go through an operator. Therefore, there was absolutely no way the call would be connected unless it was verified there was somebody else on the other end of the line. That's why he didn't understand how to deal with this silent call, and instead settled into confusion. I don't know who you are, but if you have nothing to say, I'm gonna hang up. If only they abducted Keiichi. Maybe this is about Keiichi, and Keiichi's actually abducted after he was adopted after he was abducted and lost his memory due to injury. What if that happened? There we go. We got another theory. Please call again some other time. Intending that to be the parting line, he made to slam down the receiver. It was at that moment the person on the other end spoke for the first time. Kidnapper. It's a good name. You didn't say who you were, so I was anxious. If you're not Minister Inukai, please hang up right away. He couldn't help but be surprised by the extremely strange voice on the other end of the line. Strange voice. You know what? I have a good idea. I wanted to try something anyways. NVIDIA put a new feature into broadcast called Studio Voice. Enhances the quality of your mic to simulate a high-end recording studio. we're gonna put this on when the kidnapper speaks. I want to know if this sounds hyper weird. Okay, so let me know. I hope it doesn't cause any ear rape. So let me pull this over here so I can swap all the time. Was there a human alive who could speak with this hoarse and metallic voice? This is gonna be perfect, because I don't expect this to sound good at all. No, this was a voice you heard somewhere before. That was the kind of voice that was on the lowbrow documentaries that they'd use when they wanted to hide the identity of a speaker, wasn't it? The voice he was hearing over the line was exactly like that. Are you?
As I said, that's what I want to ask. Are you Minister Inukai? How does my voice sound right now? Does it sound worse? Does it sound better maybe? I don't know. I know I can't put noise removal on while this is going on, so I'm probably not gonna use it even if it does sound better.
Sounds like Machine Head from Invincible. So it's perfect for this. Okay. Unable to discern the intent of this suspicious phone call, he had a vague feeling that something was off. He thought about hanging up the phone and asking the operator who initiated the call. However, he forced himself to restrain that urge and for the time being chose to state his name and listen. That's right. That's right. This is Inukai. I said my name, now you say yours. He's Lloyd Irving.
And my name doesn't matter. First of all, let's begin by thinking about the situation you're in right now. Right now, you're sitting in your chair talking on the phone, yes? Then, why don't you try opening the lower drawer to your right?
The lowest drawer to the right of the minister's chair. There was a lock on it, not enough to function as a safe, but nevertheless it was a drawer that contained some valuable things. That's why Inukai thought that the person wanted some of the important information contained within that drawer. Sorry, but I don't have any intention of opening that. I have no reason to follow orders from somebody who won't even give me his name.
If you don't open that drawer, I'll hang up on the phone. You will most likely end up regretting that. Yeah, they totally got us, kid. Why don't you think about opening that drawer first?
Inukai didn't like following orders from the suspicious person one bit. However, he was concerned about what the man said about regretting it, so he decided to open the drawer. He took the small key he kept stowed in his wallet and unlocked the drawer. His hand stopped right before he opened it. What if there was a bomb inside and it would explode if the drawer was opened? You know, I thought about this. Like, if you were a high-ranking politician, wouldn't you be a bit more careful about, like, small-time threats like this? Just, I don't know. Just an idea? Just because somebody tells you, oh, you're gonna regret this. I don't know. That delusion took hold of him. He quelled that instinct and opened it.
Did you do it? The thing that's in there, do you know what it is? It's his son's ear.
This is... What is the meaning of this?
I don't think there's any need for me to explain, is there? I'll give you some time, so please think about it a little. I'll contact you again later. Now then, pardon me.
Hey! Wait! Hello? Hello? The call had already ended. That would not change no matter how much he yelled at it. Even still, Inukai, without realizing that, continued yelling into the receiver for a while. The drawer was still open. Finger? Yeah, something. Like, there's gotta be something that... Yeah. On top of the folders, crammed into the drawer, it lay there. Toshiki Inukai. Oh, it's the name tag! It's the name tag, yeah. That would get a parent to flip out. Okay, yeah, sure. Of course. Written in plain lettering on a grade schooler's name tag, just lying there. Enshrined there, completely out of place, as if it were cowering. This is a work of fiction. Any resemblance to actual persons or organizations is entire. They had to do the disclaimer for this because it's too close to home. I don't know what that is. Oh! 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 This sounds nice. That was a creepy teddy bear. Wait, are we actually gonna... Is this gaslighting us into thinking this is not gonna be a scary game? Okay. Hey, look, it's Rico. Her head is way too big for her body. She's a mutant. She's a skinwalker. Look at that. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, okay. Show the torture room. Sure. Wait, isn't this stuff that already happened? She's a lollipop. Who is that? Who are those? What is that? Who are these characters? I've never seen any of these before. Who are they? Oh my god. Okay. Wait. Wait. What? Oh no, this was the Rika scene. Oh shit. Bro, I don't get what's going on. Okay, oh. Oh no, no, that was scary. Was that Mia? Who's marrying? Why are they getting married? Is this actually a romance game? Is that what the choices are about? Are we gonna date the girls? And have some murder and conspiracy on the side? What an intro, true. Okay, I have no idea what the hell was that even. Like, they showed so much shit. Like, who were these people? Half of the characters I've never seen before. How many voices am I gonna have to make up? This might actually turn into a problem. Am I allowed to reuse voices? This game's gonna be mind melting. Yeah, the author did say that conjecture is impossible. So I'm guessing this is gonna be the mind fuck. Okay. We know this music though. So far they haven't had any new music. I'm looking forward to the new music because the music for the game is always really good. I'd like to know who's talking right now, but I'm just gonna voice it. Do you remember, Yukie? This picture. This is where I first proposed to you. Are we still in 1987? 78? That brief moment before you nodded back, you probably wouldn't know just how much it seemed like an eternity to me. So like... Oh, did they get married during the school activities of the first two games? Yes. I would have never thought that amount of time could feel like an eternity. Compared to how long I had to wait for you to propose to me, it was... Ha 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 ha. From the moment I met you until today, compared to the time I've spent since I was born, it might only be a brief period, but they were definitely precious, beautiful days that deserve to be called an eternity. That time continues even now. From now on, I wonder if it'll be a boy. Oh, I thought we were in a hospital. Or maybe a girl? Either one is fine. I mean, you don't have much choice, do you? Not in 1978. Boy or girl, either way, it's living proof that we love each other. If it's a boy, we'll name it after you, Mamoru. Wait, wasn't Akasaka called that? Is this Akasaka's birth story? How far back do we go? We're in 1800 now. If it's a girl, we'll put the Yuki from my name in hers. Thinking about names is so fun that in the end we still haven't decided yet. Is that fun? There's still time to puzzle over it. Not that long of a time actually, so we're not in a hospital. You see, Yukie, there's something I have to apologize for today. It's about your job. I got you fired. Sorry. It looks like an annoying bit of work has come up. In the work, can we have like, I don't know who's speaking. Can we maybe get like the speaker names back? I think this is a dialogue. But I'm not sure because this is confusing, but I might not be able to be there for the delivery. Oh, don't worry, they're just gonna drop it off somewhere. It's fine. You have a very important job. What you do protects the way we live. He's a ninja. Compared to you, it's nothing. Please go ahead. When you return, I'll be waiting here with our child. Yeah, this is definitely dialogue. Thank you. Also, I'm sorry. Please don't apologize. If you feel guilty about it, then you can just atone by dying because this is Higurashi. If I atone that much, no matter how much money I have, it won't be enough. It's not about money. Like, is your wife a gold digger? If you have that thought immediately when she says you have to atone. Pay up, fucker. Hee hee. It's a joke. Now, go on. As I left the room, I bumped into an elderly man. It was Yukie's father. In other words, my father-in-law. Oh, this is Akasaka. Oh, bitch. German Noji is coming back right now. Money won't be a problem. It's 1983. No, it's 1978. I think they didn't change the year yet. At least they didn't show it. Fasa! I didn't want to intrude, so I waited in the hall. Your bro. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I heard. Go. Yuki is that kind of girl. No matter what happens, she does not want to hold you back. That's the Japanese wife life. I don't think this is really a thing. Even in that time, in a lot of places where the woman is just that accepting of sacrificing her own well-being for the dude, especially not for just the job of the dude. I've forced Yukie to give up on so many things. To put her through this during childbirth, such an important time in her life. I'm ashamed. If you really feel that way, when you're done with your work, make some time for Yukie. She'll be happier with that than you passing your work off on someone else. Thank you. I know full well you do important work. Be proud in what you do. Yukie is looking forward to your triumphant return. What is he, like a firefighter? Yes. Oh wait, he's probably a police officer, right? He's friends with Oishi. Yeah, I think I got this. I jumped into the taxi that was waiting outside. Compared to the time when I first got here, the numbers on the fare meter had grown considerably. It seemed the modest time Yukie and I had spent together wasn't so modest from an objective point of view. Sorry to keep you waiting. Go ahead. No worries. Well then, off we go. The taxi jerked as it changed gears to accelerate. Soon, burying the hospital my wife was waiting behind a throng of buildings. If it was to end up as a really troublesome ordeal, I probably wouldn't be returning for quite some time. To call a rookie like me, and on top of that, one who's off duty, it seemed that the section chief was calling for all hands on deck. The veteran upper brass gathering on an emergency basis happened occasionally. This was the first time, though, so that I experienced everybody gathering together like this. Whatever was happening, there was no doubt it was going to be something novel. Right when my wife was ready to give birth. If I wanted to spend the time to curse my misfortunes, I'd be here all day. Even the verdant ginkgo trees lining the street that always brightened my mood seemed to lack some of their usual luster. Eventually, the government office came into view. Briefly holding my breath, I let the feelings of tension course through my body once again. I had to remember the work I was doing was important, necessary, and difficult. Just like any German job, basically. Get to the chopper? Nah. I composed myself and sharpened my wit. Ready. The taxi stopped in front of the building. Kasumigaseki, Tokyo. Metropolitan Police Department. So he is a... Okay. Chief, everyone's here. Akasaka-kun, could you close the blinds? The blinds were usually closed when they needed to use the projector, or if the discussion was going to contain some particularly disturbing content. The blinds closed with a satisfying sound, darkening the interior of the room. Immediately, the inside of the room was completely drained of the pleasant morning atmosphere, leaving behind only the cold illumination of the fluorescent lighting. After the supervisor ensured that everybody was present, he nodded to the section chief once again. This is super. This is incredibly hard to keep up, by the way. I don't know if I can make it through the whole game like this, especially if he's a returning character. This is going to be horrible. Was this a bad idea? I hope it was not. With everybody on the edge of their seats, the chief stood up solemnly and began to give his report. Approximately 48 hours ago, the Minister of Construction's grandson, who is also the son of one of his staff leaders, is believed to have been kidnapped. Oh! Okay, so it's not actually his son, it's his grandkid, but we're covering this case. How is Rika involved in this, though? This feels so disjointed from the rest of Higurashi. Like, outside of the opening and Oishi being mentioned, there's nothing connecting this to even Hinamizawa so far. Bad on your throat, yeah. No, that's actually I think that's gonna be fine. But I don't know how people keep up talking like this. Like this has to be on purpose, right? Be the throat goat. Please never call me that again if you don't want a ban. It is believed the minister, in an effort to resolve matters amicably, chose not to report the situation to the police and plans to cede to the demands imposed upon him. So how do we know about it then? It seemed approximately 48 hours earlier, the Minister of Construction's grandson, who was also the son of one of his senior staff members, was kidnapped. Why are you repeating what was literally just said, like 3 sentences ago? This is literally the same sentence from another point of view. Makes me think everyone can speak normal. Probably. The reason why it was phrased that way was because the person in question didn't admit it had happened. Based on the results of surveillance conducted on the minister's residence, multiple suspicious phone calls from what is believed to be outside the city took place. The abducted child is said to be under treatment for some illness, but there's no trace of any hospital records or witnesses to such effect. Due to that and various other reasons, we believe without a doubt that a kidnapping has occurred. So I don't know how this is in Japan, but serious question. If a crime is not reported and the police is just basically doing guesswork, are they even allowed to do anything? Like, the minister didn't press any charges or reported it at all, right? So if they now went and tried to rescue the kidnapped kid and that resulted in the kid getting offed, that would be a massive, like, that would be insane, right? Is this allowed to happen? Like, whose fault is it then? Who takes the blame for that? This seems a bit like a weird situation for me, but I've never really thought about that. Security? Yeah, but what if you don't want security to handle this? And they just do it on their own? Wait, can you give a play-by-play real quick? Okay, look. If the kid got kidnapped, right? It's the grandson of the Minister of Construction. But the Minister of Construction, after finding out that the kid has been kidnapped, has since not actually admitted to it and is trying to keep this from the public and also from the police, because they are still doing guesswork. They just think that a kidnapping has happened. So what if the police now take action based on their thoughts, but not on wanting, like, not on authority and on an actual request, and their action causes a bad end, basically? That would complete, like, who takes the fall for that? I don't get it. Is it the police chief? Probably special services have to take some action. Yeah, but, like, isn't it still... Don't you have to still press charges for someone to take action? What if he doesn't want to risk anything and just wants to pay them out? Wear cats, show cats. I can, actually. Give me 1 second. Cameo here for cats. Yeah, you're getting cats. Just give me a moment, okay? Look at that black little monster. Hello, Luna. How are you doing? I don't think she wants to. I don't know. Oh god. Yeah, enough cat. No more cat. She gone. Maybe Kiriko will pay us a visit soon because she just had lunch, so she's probably gonna come in soon. Hi, Luna. You want to sit here and just stare at me? Yeah, sure. That's just how it's gonna be. This is good, cat. She really is. Anywho, I think the person at fault is the grandfather. Yeah, but if he... it doesn't matter. Are your cables still being eaten? She kind of doesn't do it as much anymore. She still does it sometimes, but not nearly as often as earlier. Maybe because I've since like covered every cable in the whole house with protective stuff, but still, she only occasionally. She hasn't completely bitten through a cable since the camera incident, at least. Here, they omitted the details that brought this incident to light. If you think about it a bit, that meant that before this incident happened, the minister's residence had been under surveillance already. I won't use the word spied upon. Of course, there wouldn't have been court approval of this, and it would have been very hard to explain to ordinary citizens. However, it was quite an effective method to catch wind of incidents like this before they got worse. I'd like for you to understand that dealing with these cases before they become a problem is the job of the Public Safety Division. So they're actually explaining the thing I just asked about, kind of. I still think it's a bit shady, but I guess you can't expect everything to run perfectly well without some stuff happening in the background that wouldn't really please the usual person. My kitten for some reason plays with cables but doesn't destroy them yet. How old is she? I don't think you showed us a picture of her at all. Why is he just following their demands instead of reporting this to the police? The fact that a minister can't even trust the police, what is the world coming to? It seems the group of perpetrators demonstrated that they have quite a high level of surveillance on the minister themselves when they conducted the kidnappings. Enough to give the minister pause before calling the police. We'll find out right away if you call the cops, more or less. So it's possible that there's a mole close to the minister. Several of the higher-ranking members who seemed to have experience with this kind of... Can you stop walking in front of the text? I have to read this. This kind of thing let out deep sighs. The goals of the perpetrators, their demands, as well as this entire incident, are as of yet unclear. But in any case, the possibility that this may grow to threaten national interest is extremely high. If their goal was to simply have their demands met for monetary gain, that would have been nice. However, if this was some politically motivated shake-up, things would get a lot more complicated. Since we're not receiving any cooperation from the victim, that means that we're not privy to any of the details of the threats or demands. Due to the fact that we believe there may be a mole involved in this incident, this investigation is highly classified. Only the people in this room are to know of this. How high ranking is Akasaka? He must be super high on the ladder, especially for how young he seems to be. Like he's just getting a kid. Furthermore, as this case is our utmost priority, we'll be placing a hold on everybody's normal duties. Dude, he's never gonna see his kid. He's gonna die. He's 100% gonna die, and the kid is gonna be some important character in the 9th game. Understood? After that, the supervisor continued on, tactfully explaining our course of action. If this incident were to become public, it was possible that the minister's political life would be over. I'll spare you the explanation of how the rest of the dominoes would fall, but in the end, support in the Diet would decline, followed by a no-confidence vote and a snap election. and it might even expand communist influences. We don't like the communists. Look at that tail. Yeah. Look at that. You don't like that? Only when you do it yourself, not when I touch it. Okay. Yeah. We've got a tail here. Luna just... Wait. Hello. Yes. You want to cuddle? No, she's just a head. I don't think the camera... No! Where are you going? Luna! She's gone! Luna, you disappeared. The camera thinks you're not... You're not supposed to be in the frame. I think it thinks your background. Because you're so dark. Man. That's harsh. I'm just stroking hair. This looks really weird on camera. Oh, there she is. Hello. Yes. Didn't know you had a ghost cat. Can I turn this off for a second? Wait a minute. There we go. All right. I say we're gonna keep it like that for a bit, because otherwise this is gonna look really weird. Maybe I can at least get my face in the camera while also having Luna here. Not working that well. Playing like this is gonna kill my back. You don't care, do you? Alright. We're gonna do it for a bit. You can at least see my mouth. I'm censoring my face. I wonder what people think that just come in here randomly seeing this stream. I was thinking this is the stupidest shit. I walk away for a second and come back to see you petting a cat. What do you mean? Of course I'm petting her. Why do you put that in quotes? In other words, we wanted to handle this delicately. Kawasaki and Saiki monitor communications from the minister and the child's residences 24/7. Find out what the minister is doing. Report anything that happens. The remaining members investigate whatever is related to the case as assigned to your units. Focus your line of investigation on the commies, Reds, and Confeds. Holy shit, this is getting political. Camera didn't help you. That cat is loving it. Now you can't even really see her with the camera properly placed. Just look at that. Wait, snacky time? Oh god.
Do you hear that, Luna? You're gonna get snacks.
Aww. Thank you, Apollo. We're just gonna leave this on the very questionable political screen for a bit, and I'm gonna grab some snacks, okay? Or do you want me to wait until she leaves my lap? Because she's really comfy there right now.
You're about to fall asleep, aren't you? Yeah, maybe I have to get up.
But now... Dude, she won't get fat. Up to you, I don't mind anyway. As long as we get snacky time in the end. No, it's probably best now while they're still awake. Luna, come on. We're gonna get you some snacks. Okay? Let's leave here for a minute. You don't want to leave? She don't want to leave. I don't know what to tell you. I'm kind of stuck. Walk there while on your chair. There are steps. That doesn't work. I'm a fall and break my other wrist. Yes. Come on. Come up. Yeah, you're gonna hate me for a bit. Yes. Yeah. You don't want to leave at all, do you? So much for the snacky time, I guess. Ouch, that hurts. Don't do that, please. Come on. We're gonna get up. Yes. Okay. We're gonna be right back with snacks. Ooh, snackies. Let's place the camera like, wait. We're gonna do this on the couch. Probably best to do it like that. Put the microphone away for a bit. Like this. And now swap over to the snacky time screen and see if that works. And what the fuck? Why am I huge? Holy shit. What is going on? Hi. I'm gonna make myself a bit smaller. Okay, I think I figured it out. Yeah, this is almost perfect now. Yeah. Got it. Okay, got it. Couch. What? Yes. Can people even see the floor? Probably not. Come on. Okay, ouch! Bite me. How high can you go? Ow! Okay. Dude, she is aggressive as hell. More? For you as well. Yes. There we go. You alright? You okay? You want to say hi, Kieran? Hello. Yes. Yes. You hate it, right? You hate being carried like that. You little fuck. Don't bite me. Don't bite me. Look in the camera. Say hello. Say hello. Alright. So much for snacky time. We got that out of the way. Let's go back to the normal gameplay screen thingy. There we go. And I'm normal sized. That's good. I like being normal sized. Let's see. Like that. Sure, that should be around where the camera was before. Put the background on. Yeah, there we go. No, I'm offset. It was more like that, I think. Yeah, like that. Okay. Let's get my chat back. Bro, she stood like a palico. She does that, yes. Hello, Cantaloupe. How are you doing? It's been a while since I've been here again. Yeah, that's true. It's also been a while since I've been live. Okay, we need some personal space. You don't get that. I'm sorry. Camera decided no. I love the eerie music while feeding some cute cats. True. I completely disregarded that. Alright, let's go back to reading Higurashi. Enough break. Don't discount the possibility of foreign involvement either. Dude, Dinkler is gonna love this. I've experienced one or two unamicable situations before. This, however, was the first time I've seen things get so hectic. Several sophisticated conversations were progressing without the involvement of a rookie like me. If you're a rookie, why are you in the room when a situation of national importance is being handled? This is so weird to me. I'm not gonna read that name, but shut the fuck up. You're... How do I... Click on the name. Ban. There we go. Goodbye. I didn't intend to be timid, but I couldn't hide my confusion at this unfamiliar situation and cover that. As for Akasaka-kun, I think Kano is I would say I almost said I think she's a waifu, but I mean she's a woman. I'm playing too many gacha games. As for Akasaka-kun, I snapped back to alertness upon hearing my name called. Yes! You investigate the environmental groups that have petitioned the minister. Among them, there's that group protesting the Hinamizawa Dam project that made the papers. Make sure you investigate them thoroughly. I doubt this is the act of some citizen group, but we have to eliminate every possibility we can. And there we have it. This is the connection to Higurashi. They got us. It only took an hour. And now we know it's a Higurashi game. Okay. So this is how he's gonna get over there. Wait, if this plays in 1978, wasn't that also when the Dam Project thing was going on? Is this game gonna give us like a view on the backstory for all of this? Rika kidnapped the boy. Oh my god. It would be so fucking funny if Rika is involved in this as like a culprit or something. Understood. So those opposed to the Hinamizawa Dam. I'm sorry, Hinamizawa Dam. It's probably best if you go to the location personally. Get some more information from the local authorities. They're a fairly radical organization, so the public safety division there should have them marked as well. Understood. I'll head over there. Your wife, she's almost ready to give birth, isn't she? I apologize for the timing of all this, but I'm counting on your cooperation. We can't take our time with this, so we just have to brute force it with our boots to the ground. Yes, I know. My wife hates to interfere with my work, with her own circumstances anyways. Sorry, and thanks. So then, as for Kawasaki-kun and Saiki-kun, to help support your... Because the demon of Hinamizawa, I actually thought about that, and I think it's not very far off to think that she's... What was the name of the deity? Oyashiro-sama. I got it. Yeah. That also happened, right? I think Rika is in some way connected to it. I just haven't really figured out how yet. I don't think she is Oyashiro-sama or some reincarnation kind of stupid. I don't think that's going on. I think there's something more complicated behind it. But we'll see. I gotta blow my nose real quick. Boy, do I love April. Do you remember what happened to Rika in the last game? She got shredded. That was also in the opening, wasn't it? Didn't she have, like, her guts removed? Poor girl. No, but seriously, I think that Rika is weird, and I think that she remembers what happened. Because she made that that comment about Keiichi something this time. And I thought that was pretty on the nose. So I don't know if all of them maybe remember. And it's just Keiichi who forgets every, let's call it a loop. I don't know if it's actually a loop thing, but let's just call it a loop for convenience. Maybe they all do, and Rika just let it slip. Or she's trying to guide him to the good end or something. I don't know. We'll see. I didn't want to take the business trip when my wife was about to give birth. But work is more important than anything. Even if I was a little busy, as long as I was in Tokyo, I could head to the hospital right away. On assignment, though, that would be difficult. Even so, I knew the work I was doing was important and fully understood that I was in no position to be selfish. I'd have to make it up to my wife for having to be away at such an important time. How do you make that up? Like, let's be real, you don't make that up ever. She's gonna hold you in the palm of her hands forever. Forever. My wife, Yukie, would probably forgive me with a smile. The only thing she could hate doing would be holding me back. My male ego, though, at least wished she would have tried to stop me. Sorry, Yukie. I don't mind if you always complain to our child that their father couldn't come to the hospital when they were born because he was too busy with work. Don't you ever think about maybe that you're gonna die on this assignment? You have no freedom when you have a wife. I can't even imagine how it is having a wife, man. A girlfriend is already way too much work. Oh, man. I am fucking tired. Okay. Just give me 1 second, I gotta stretch. Oh, I'm an old man. I'm turning 32 this year. I need some time. The next day, I took the bullet train to Nagoya, and from there, transferred to the train XX Prefecture. Getting to my destination by land took several hours. If I was traveling by air, in that amount of time, I could probably get as far as Hong Kong. XX Prefecture was by no means close. It's kind of like in the boonies, right? Bro spent 2 months off the internet and misses being alone. What? There was no internet in this time. I never sat in first class except for work, but whenever I did, the seats seemed stiff. Closing my eyes, I mentally reviewed the documents I read yesterday. The group under investigation, the Onigafuchi Guardians. They were a group of residents opposed to the development proposed under the Hinamizawa Dam project. Oops. The local protests were quite heated and were getting more radicalized, even limited to what was written in the newspaper. There was bloodshed that occurred during a clash with riot police, interference with the dam construction, too many to count. The number of petitions, sit-ins, and direct appeals to the relevant organizations were innumerable. As an extension of that, there was a direct appeal to the Minister of Constructions the other day. Okay, that's not gonna happen. Like, I gotta blow my nose again. I hope that not a single person who sees this ever in their life, however long YouTube is gonna survive, has hay fever. It is a pain in the fucking ass. I think if we did play as Keiichi in this game, I'd be they'd have switched perspectives already. Like it's been what, over an hour and a half now. Well, an hour and a half. This was the reason why we were investigating this group in the first place. The land that they lived on was going to be submerged, so it was no wonder they would go into a frenzy over it. Even given that though, could they really be capable of doing something like kidnapping the Minister of Construction's grandson in order to halt the project? From my take on it, I had serious doubts. This kidnapping plot was extremely sophisticated and complicated enough that it was believed there was some political backing. This wasn't something that could be pulled off by some group of local protesters. Well, just like the chief said, the plan was to eliminate all possibilities. While I'm in the XX Police's reference room taking my time investigating, the higher-ups in Tokyo would probably solve the case. Without my involvement entirely, even if that was true, I couldn't regret being away from Tokyo while my wife was ready to give birth. This was work. He really is a German. There was really nothing that I could do. Okay. Look, you could call in sick. Although I guess if the wife is actually that like as penial as you are about work, then she would probably be mad if you did. But still, like, just a possibility, you know. I'm just saying. Ding dong. The announcement said we would. Yes, I'm doing the sound effects in this voice as well. Would be arriving at our destination soon. Snapped me back to wakefulness. Gokura, ex prefecture. The Onigafuchi Guardians? Yeah, they've been quite active around here. The prefectural public safety department already had the documents and a cup of tea waiting for me. That's really nice. The short of it is they're a group of residents opposed to the dam. Really, it's probably better to say that every resident living on the land that's going to be submerged is rising to action, though. Like the old saying, fight to the last. They're a determined and well-prepared lot. It'd be nice if they drew the line at just being a moderate residential organization. The stack of papers they had prepared for me in the document room was by no means thin. At first, they were pretty much your average citizens' initiative, but ever since that incident with the riot police, they've really started to heat up. Now they've got a violent mentality, on top of growing increasingly radical. Isn't this about Mion's family? Isn't Mion leading this whole group of people? You did announce Keiichi's not gonna be in this one, in the last one, remember? Keiichi and she... Oh, right, in the after party they did that. Yeah, you're right. They said that Keiichi's not gonna be the main character in the next game. And we were wondering about who they're gonna put as the main character, and we thought it was gonna be Rika because she's on the cover. But apparently we're just getting a new male. Because this is an old Japanese game. You can't have females in the lead role. That doesn't work. Mion is like 10 in 1978? Yeah, but they did say that during the Dam Project thing, she was leading this. Am I misremembering that? I could swear they said that. Violent organizations usually indicate ones that enforce their own ideology without regards to the democratic process. Breaking that down, many of those organizations held extreme left revolutionary ideologies. Considering that, I couldn't help but be surprised that a citizens group would end up going this far. Radical citizens movements happen occasionally. It seemed, however, that this group was nothing as trifling as that. It seemed that I would have to reconsider exactly what these Onigafuchi Guardians were. Not was. The Guardians' demand, in other words, the withdrawal of the Dem project. How far would they go to have that demand met? The kidnapping of the minister's grandson was classified. That meant, of course, I couldn't tell XX prefectural department about it either. I was wondering about that just now. And another one for the... Dude, isn't the human body kind of disgusting? The moment I smell, I get like pollen in my nose. It goes all like, oh yeah, I'm runny now. Let me turn on my air purifier. I kind of need that thing now. I'm sorry. Holy shit. Remind me to put that thing on before the stream next time, because I'm oh my god. I'm the damn project. Alright, all weebs had like a main character syndrome. Yes, I mean, the idea here is that this is a scary game about cute girls, right? But you wouldn't see the cute girls if they were the main character. So you kind of have to make the main character unappealing and boring. Or an idiot in Keiichi's case. He's not boring, he's very entertaining actually. As you know, there were arrests after last week's confrontation with Minister Inukai. There's enough reason to believe they could use illegal means to assert their demands. I skimmed over the list of the criminal records related to the Onigafuchi Guardians recorded in the documents. The contents were all violent, not giving me the barest hint of a feeling that these people were trying to uphold the law. Could you give me a basic rundown of the types of illegal activities the Onigafuchi Guardians are engaging in? The chief opened up a manila envelope. What's that? Fished out several unorganized sheets and spread them out on the desk. It seems that raids on the construction site are the most common. At first, they were committing relatively petty crimes like cutting power cords, jamming logs, and breaking office windows by throwing rocks. Of course, what really happened first were things like demonstrations, sit-ins, and distributions of pamphlets, lively but democratic forms of protests. However, since the demonstrators and police clashed, which started a riot, leading to numerous injuries and arrests. It was from then on that the Onigafuchi Guardians, like the name implies, began to take a more demonic form of resistance. If the raids were frequent, didn't the local police up their patrols? Well, of course they were on full alert, but they were up against locals, you know. There wasn't much the police could do if they were sneaking around under the cover of darkness. You might as well label the entire map of Hinamizawa village around the dumb construction site enemy territory. No matter how alert the police were, the locals would just show them exactly how easy it was to sneak around. Actually, it was after the police upped security that the protesters started getting even more extreme, as though they were being provoked. See here? Can you tell how things started to heat up? I need more... Fuck, I'll be right back. I got equipment. These are tissues. Hell, I didn't expect it to be this bad. Jesus Christ. My Wi-Fi is so bad, I'm just gonna play Dark Souls. Have fun, man. I'm sorry that this doesn't work for you. Higurashi when they blow their nose. Aw, man. This is really annoying. Oh, okay. An office set on fire. It's the destruction of heavy construction equipment. Destruction? They couldn't have used explosives. No way. You say they crammed the gas tanks full of sugar cubes. They do that, it fouls the engines. Oh, that's smart. Even in Japan, it seems there had been people doing that to the vehicles of occupying forces right after the war. Compared to misdemeanors like breaking windows, it was extremely violent and aggressive. Doesn't that kill the person driving in the construction equipment because it explodes? After being toyed around with to that extent, the local police have completely lost face. The arson was a bit much. After that, the local police drastically increased the number of personnel they had stationed there around the clock. The raids on the construction site quieted down a bit after that. He used the words "quieted down," but that was still smack dab in the middle of the list of crimes. See, after that they found that attacking the site had become difficult. They started resorting to personal attacks. The first people targeted were the construction workers. Why? Why? This is so fucking real. What? This is Twitter behavior. This is a Twitter group. Why do they attack the workers first? Like the poor people that just do their fucking job. Why would you attack those? Because they're the easiest to attack? Are you that dumb? What happened? Basically, they committed a bunch of crimes. I saw a glimpse of Inoji emotion. I don't have emotion. My face is unexpressive as fuck, as a lot of people have told me, especially in the shorts section of the comments. Dude, I get a comment like that every 2 days. Like, damn, this dude looks boring. Yeah, if I look boring, I'm sorry, man. That's just the face I was born with. What am I supposed to do? Get plastic surgery? I can't afford that. How much would that be to change your whole face? If workers are too afraid to continue their jobs, the project is going to stop. Yeah, I mean, I get that, but you'd still be attacking like the single group of people involved in the project that isn't actually responsible. It's effective, but you're still being an asshole for the sake of convenience. After that, there was silence. What was being described to me was a guerrilla warfare fought in the jungle. Threats and violence against the workers. Harsh words and harsh rocks were thrown. There's quite a list of accusations here, but there's not a whole lot of convictions. Of course not. First of all, there's no witnesses. On top of that, even if we identify the perpetrators, they have alibis coming out of the woodwork. Huh? What do you mean by that? Well, they're just gonna cover each other's asses, right? Take for example, you're walking around Hinamizawa when a certain man stabs you with a knife. Nice example. That's a good picture of Hinamizawa. I'm gonna go on vacation there. You remember the person clearly and even know his name and address. However, the knife doesn't have any fingerprints on it, and there's no other physical evidence. Well, you'd think this would be a run-of-the-mill case of assault, wouldn't it? In Hinamizawa, though, it's a perfect crime. Everybody is The entire village, they're all in on it. To protect the man who was the perpetrator, they'll get their stories straight and prepare an alibi. To that end, they'll probably even forge some evidence. There's nothing they can do but put them on trial. On top of there not being any material evidence, though, people testify one after another to cover his side of the story. Any prosecutor would hesitate to file charges. I'm not sure about murder, but if it's something like opening a gash on somebody's forehead with a thrown rock or leaving a bruise after hitting someone, even if you could single out the suspect, there's enough reasonable doubt to not convict. Every case is without a doubt perpetrated by someone in Hinamizawa, but they can't identify who. Even if they could figure out who it is, they're unable to obtain enough circumstantial evidence through the process. The villagers are all extremely well informed about this, and so the malicious, vicious, and tenacious personal attacks continued. The victims can't have been okay with that, right? Couldn't they have filed for an appeal? Well, you see about that, everybody on the inquest committee didn't want to get involved with something so troublesome. They won't stick their noses into anything related to Hinamizawa. The inquest committee is composed of a random selection of local residents. In the event the prosecutor fails to get a conviction, they have the power to order a retrial. It's a system designed to assert the will of the people on the actions of expert prosecutors in the legal world. In this case, however, being composed of local residents has backfired. They don't want to get involved. Why is that? How do I explain this? You could say they're afraid, since it's a little special there. Special? Is it an outcast community? No, it's a little different from that. Well, just think of it as them being afraid. It's a little hard to explain it just now. Alright, there's an easier way. Wiping his forehead with a handkerchief, he opened a file labeled as a list of members of the Onigafuchi Guardians. The power of the Onigafuchi Guardians, you see, is the fact that they count many people among their members who are influential in neighboring areas. Yeah, like the Shionzakis. Could you take a look at this? I looked. What I saw startled me. Prefectural and municipal assembly members, staff members of the Chamber of Commerce, an executive of a business association, an executive of a town council association, and a PTA liaison. There were more than a few people with a lot of say, both locally and in the neighboring regions. Around here, you could pretty much expect your actions to be observed by those against the damn project. If you said something in its support, who knows how it would work out to your disadvantage. In any case, every town in this area is being held by the throat by somebody from Hinamizawa. The list of Inquisition Committee members is undisclosed, isn't it? There has to be some measures in place to make sure they avoid retribution, no? Well, it is undisclosed, so their privacy is assured, but the person in charge of that is from the Okinomiya Municipal Office, in other words, a local. While you might expect some professional confidentiality, you can't know how everybody is connected. The people from Hinamizawa have a lot of tight bonds in that regard. When you consider the obligations and duties people have to the region, the web of information thereby formed is nothing to scoff at. It's not uncommon for housewives in a neighborhood to know which kid from which house is what grade in which school, what subjects they're good at, and what vegetables they hate, among other things. You see, there's a Yakuza organization here with strong ties to Hinamizawa and the surrounding area. I mean, what? What? we're getting a lot of stuff thrown at our heads in this game so far, but nothing has really happened. I'm not sure if I like this opening very much, to be honest. It feels a lot like info dump, especially about stuff we already know, because the character doesn't. It's weird. It would seem that they're providing full support in these recent incidents. They seem to be proving most effective. Gangsters siding together with the residents opposed to the construction of the dam? It's a little hard to see that what their common interest is. It's not difficult at all. You see, actually, one of the lieutenants in that gang is originally from Hinamizawa. He was adopted into a rather influential family in the village. Exactly what was this Hinamizawa? I had thought it was some desolate rustic village. However, for some reason they exerted a strong influence on the surrounding areas and had a strong sense of unity. They would protect their village by any means necessary, even if it meant resorting to violence. Hey Luna. The chief had said they were afraid because there were numerous influential people living there, but somehow I got the feeling that they were afraid of the village itself. There was something clearly different from what I had read in the documents in Tokyo. This was no simple residential protest against the dam. For some reason, an uneasy feeling began to nestle itself at the back of my mind. I chose the most basic way to ask my question. Can I go back home? In other words, I directly asked what I wanted to know. Dude, I'm using so many tissues today. I feel like a teenager all over again. Chief, this is just a hypothetical situation, but... This Onigafuchi Guardians, in order to halt the dam project, do you think they could, say, threaten somebody important to accomplish that? He really is a rookie, isn't he? Information overload. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. There's, like... We don't need all of this. I get it, like, glaze over it for a little bit to make Akasaka look uninformed and stuff. But this is a lot of redundant writing. The chief replied immediately. It's possible. Truth be told, they've already gone to municipal and prefectural offices as well as local offices of the Ministry of Construction and done things that could be construed as intimidation. Several of the workers' families have also reported that they're being followed around by some suspicious people. Well, that would make sense. To halt progress on the dam, they raided the construction site, destroying heavy machinery and lighting the construction office on fire. If they didn't have any qualms about doing that, threats and violence against people related to the dam would probably be no problem. But that was it. Even your everyday hoodlum could use threats and violence. However, this time it was the kidnapping of the minister's grandson, an abnormally high-level crime. Not only was pulling off the kidnapping difficult in the first place, but so was maneuvering to have the minister surrender to their demands immediately. There was no way this was the work of amateurs. No, this is definitely Sonozaki family stuff. I'm gonna say it now. This is me on. Did these people have the power to enact this large of a crime? That was at the heart of the matter. Was the Onigafuchi Guardians an organization capable of pulling this off? In order to ask that question once again, I chose the most basic method. Again, hypothetically, do you think they could they could kidnap a relative of someone of political importance. He's really laying it on, isn't he? Like, the chief of police isn't gonna be an idiot, right? He's gonna be a bit smart and used to be like figuring shit out, right? So this how do I say this? Oh yeah, Akasaka is kind of an idiot. He is Keiichi. There's no way they could pull off something that big. That was the answer I most hoped for. If it was my answer, my work was as good as halfway done. I might be able to get back in time for my wife to give birth. That's how it was supposed to be. The chief, without a hint of hesitation, replied, "They just might." There's no telling how far they'd go. Sorry, Yukie. It seemed like my work wouldn't end so simply after all. Oh, Akasaka-kun, good work. How's the information gathering at your assigned region? It's coming along. It seems I'll be able to meet with their local public safety department, so I'm planning on heading out that way. How's the investigation in Tokyo going? The others are progressing along, but the number of groups we have to investigate are countless. Time isn't really a luxury here. There were no new developments at this time. It's like Team Cherry. No new developments at this time. Asking for a friend. Yeah, it's basically like asking for a friend cliche. Levels of easy to figure out what you mean. No matter how suspicious the Onigafuchi Guardians was, if they solved the case in Tokyo, my job was done. It looked like my wishful thinking wouldn't come to pass. Hanging up the phone, I let my gaze drift outside the window to the valley of unfamiliar buildings. Akasaka-san, a car you can borrow just returned. I'll take you to it, so follow me. Ah, thank you. He showed me the elevator to the underground parking lot where a battered sedan was waiting for me. That the steering wheel kept drifting to the left was a little concerning, but it would be good enough to get me around for a while, even if it doesn't have TÜV. Only German people will get that joke. My destination was Shishibone City, XX Prefecture, an area under the control of the Onigafuchi Guardians. The Okinomiya police station was right on the front lines. Oh, we're getting to meet Oichi. The suspenseful music's finally stopped. I'm glad, because this was getting really, really tiring. Shishibone City was, as far as provincial cities went, rather behind the times. Okinomiya, recessed in the mountains, was even more remote. With little change between the seasons, all that was left was a tepid passage of time. It made for a rather trapped town. There were no tourist attractions or local delicacies. Well, they have the maid cafe where Mion works? I'd call that a delicacy. Without even a strong regional industry, it was simply dull. Just looking at the monotonous and peaceful townscape, it was hard to catch a glimpse of the radical resistance of the Onigafuchi Guardians. The atmosphere of boredom didn't hint of the Okinomiya police station being on the front lines of the dam conflict, nor of the numerous incidents that I heard about at the prefectural headquarters. Every city needs a maid cafe. It should be a human right. Actually, I don't know if this is a thing worldwide, but maid cafes have been popping up in Germany lately. I have not been to one yet, because the closest one is like 300 kilometers of a drive. But they're getting there, and once I've got one close in like driving distance, I'm a go. I'm enough of a fucking weep to do that. I'm a go. I'm a go, and I'm a fall for all the shit they pull, and I'm a pay way too much money for way too little, and I'm gonna love it. Good morning. Are you here to pay a fine? No, I have an appointment with Hondaya-san from the Public Safety Division. Please tell him it's Akasaka. Ah, my apologies. Wait a minute. The clerk, who thought that I was here for a parking violation at first glance, after fumbling with the unfamiliar extension number, told the person on the line they had a visitor. Welcome. Akasaka-san, was it? It must have been tiring traveling out all this way. Sorry, we have to do this here. I tried to reserve a reception room, you see, but the counselor suddenly woke up and chased me out. I would hesitate to call very conference room, as it was very small and cluttered. The cramped space was packed with lockers. I had the impression that it was more of a change room than that doubled as one for smoking. Listening to his crude chortles. What are chortles? I didn't get much of a feeling that Hondaya, who was the head of the local public safety division, was much of an intellectual. Man, he just said you dumb. Damn, Akasaka is a bit of an asshole, let's be real. But I knew that in exchange, he had both experience and absolute confidence in his instincts. I apologize for interrupting you during such a busy time. I'm Akasaka from the Metropolitan Police Department. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Hondaya from the Public Safety Division. Nice to meet ya. I was threatened by Sankai from the Prefectural Gangbusters to be generous with my cooperation. Gangbusters? You mean the Prefectural Crime Prevention Division? You say we're treating the Yonigafuchi Guardians as an extension of the local Yakuza? You'd have to be a newbie if you think they're just a residential protest group. They said at the prefectural office too, that the Onigafuchi Guardians was linked to the local mob. If I recall correctly, the adopted son of somebody influential was a lieutenant in that gang. It's the other way around, the complete opposite. The Yakuza put up the protest group. As a front to justify their actions. Just think of it like that. Completely the other way around. Hondaya was just about rolling with laughter. This was slightly different than the info given to me by the prefectural office, but somebody embedded locally would be more knowledgeable. While we were talking, occasionally some people who seemed to be detectives would come in and change. Like, imagine you're having a super important discussion with the head of police of this region about what only you know to be a national incident. And you're holding said discussion in a changing room that is frequented during your discussion. This is a weird situation. One of those individuals, noticing Hondaya's guff-offs, came up to us. I already know who this is. We all already know who this is. This is the one. The one and only me. Wait, did he get his own theme? Oh, fuck? Oh god, I love this. Dude, where was this theme in the first 3 games? You can't hear me snipping, but I'm still doing it. This is a fucking awesome theme for this guy. And they just didn't have it in the first 3 games. Oh. I'm gonna just lean back and listen to this. This is sick. This is better than the rest of the game so far. I really hope Dinkler comes in right now because he's gonna love this. Is this... Does this have the Sonozaki's theme as a leitmotif? It sounds like... It sounds like it does. There are some elements of the theme that plays when Shion goes crazy. Damn, I'd love to see a music analysis video on the soundtrack of this game. I love this. This is great. Alright, what was the Oishi voice again? First of all, I gotta blow my nose. Alright. It doesn't stop either, like it just keeps going. Okay, I think we're done. We got it. This was awesome. I love this one. I was no. What was his voice again? I was wondering what you guys were... No, it wasn't like that, was it? I can't get the voice back. Like, I kind of know how it sounds, but I can't get it right. More hollow voice. No, that was a dumb voice. I was wondering what you guys were talking about. Oh, Kura-chan! Perfect timing, why don't you join us? This here is Inspector Akasaka, who came all the way from the Tokyo Police Department. An inspector? I'm still a rookie. My name is Akasaka, pleased to meet you. It must be nice to be so fresh-faced. Did they hire you this year? I feel like I'm making him sound kind of gay. I couldn't help but think I was being ridiculed, so I only responded with a forced smile. I could tell that this new person was like Hondaya, the type who had confidence in their instincts and experience. I really didn't like those types of people. Let me introduce you, Akasaka-san. This is Oishi-kun from our investigative department. Regarding the S-file you were talking about, he's familiar with it. S-file? Where'd the music go? S. S for Sonozaki. If something is an S-file, it means it has something to do with the Sonozaki family. It's something of a code name. Sonosaki? Come to think of it, I remembered when I was poring over the documents at headquarters, there were quite a few people with the last name Sonosaki popping up. Bring back the music. Yeah, come on, man. If this only plays once, I'm gonna be so mad. If I remember right, there was a Sonosaki who is one of the executives of the Onigafuchi Guardians. I'm pretty sure there's a treasurer. The two of them were surprised when I rattled off what posts that Sonosaki held. After a moment, both of them erupted into laughter.
Akasaka-san, was it? You're quite the studious one. Could it be you've memorized all of the central figures in the Alliance?
I wouldn't say memorized exactly, but I've at least read the list of Onigafuchi Guardians executives.
Then, who are the president and vice president?
The president is the mayor of Hinamizawa, Kiichiro Kimiyoshi. The vice president is a priest of the local shrine, Furude. The treasurer is Oryo Sonosaki, the auditor is Makino. The liaison is Yoshiroshi Kimiyoshi, the PR head is Sadao Sonosaki.
Akasaka-san, you're pretty good. The pay sucks, but you want to work here? You're just the type we're looking for. By the way, Sadao Sonosaki is head of the youth department. So close. The head of public relations is actually Tadataka Sonosaki.
Feeling like I wasn't being complimented at all, I started settling into an uncomfortable mood. However, I was becoming more and more aware that I was the weakest link in this investigation, so I just had to bear with it. I didn't mean for that feeling to show on my face, but the crafty detectives didn't let that slip by.
I didn't mean to make fun of you. To make up for it, why don't I show you around the village?
For somebody with no feel for the area like me, it would be a great help. I couldn't have asked for more. In the end,
the Onigafuchi Guardians is nothing more than an alias Hinamizawa is using to deal with the outside world. I think getting to know the village would speed up your work. How about it?
The residential movement, in other words, held influence over the whole region. So the leader of the movement was the leader of that influence. Just like that, the thought process in the region would become the overall personality of the movement. Just like Oishi had said, in order to learn what they were really like, this regional force behind the dam protests, getting to know the village was the quickest way. If you would. Nodding back without skipping a beat, Oishi laughed in satisfaction and stood up.
I feel so bad. I feel like I am not doing Oishi right, but it's been so long that I'm having trouble finding the right tone of voice.
Where's the music? We don't know. It just... They brought us Peak, and they took it immediately. What was the Oishi voice like? I think I gotta listen to an old recording of my streams after this one. And try to learn that voice again before the next stream. Because this is weird. It just doesn't feel right. If I took the information I learned at the prefectural office and from Hondaya to heart, if my position was exposed, my personal safety was at risk. The opponent was an extremist group that had no qualms about using threats or violence against somebody. If my personal information was leaked, it wouldn't be hard to imagine that I'd be in danger, whether on the job or not. Thinking that, I felt a little nervous. Didn't you just do a regular old man voice? But how did I do that again? Your current Oishi's voice sounds kind of like his voice from the anime, though. That's cool. That is. But wouldn't it be weird to just change up the voices in the middle of the playthrough? Because Oishi is a character that's in every game, right?
These guys are quick to remember faces. If you're seen with me, they'll probably do a lot to hinder your work. This might be a little cliche, but please put these on.
Oishi handed me an incredibly suspicious disguise, comprised of a baseball cap, sunglasses, and a mask. Kameo is here again. Hello. Welcome back. I didn't want to get all hot and stuffy, but Oishi's warning was probably right on the money. Considering that, I put them on with appreciation. I looked so suspicious that Oishi had to smile wryly. Where cat? Oh, let me check. Oh. I can actually show you, wait. Let's turn this off and turn the camera just a little teeny tiny bit to the left. Ta-da! Cat. Just over there. Kameo is here for cat. I know that. You don't have to write down the second part. It's fine. It's okay. Okay. I guess I can let Luna be on screen for a bit. Just a little bit. I find it weird how 90% get well soon. I'm not sick, I just have hay fever, but thank you. I find it weird how like 90% of the game so far just doesn't have any sprites. It makes it very boring to look at.
How much did I tell you again? Let's see.
To the part where you were talking about how these 3 ancient families control the village. This is how you do this better. Like, you put the player in a situation where the character has already heard everything. Because we have already heard everything in the games before, so just do it like that. The Onigafuchi Guardians was the same as the village of Hinamizawa itself. Meaning there was a direct correlation between being an executive in the Alliance and being a leader in the village, as Hondaya has told me a short while ago. If the village was ruled by 3 ancient families, then it would mean the Onigafuchi Guardians was ruled by those same 3 families.
What did the documents at the prefectural office say? About the leader of the Guardians or whatnot?
The documents I was using were classified. If I responded to Oishi's question, it would be a breach of security. However, most likely, this man, I judged, was more well-versed in the situations than any of the documents at the prefectural police department, so I decided to answer him. That the president of the Alliance is the current major of the village, Kiichiro Kimiyoshi. Get well soon, trotzdem. Thank you very much. I like how they made new music just play for like a minute. Yeah, and now it's gone to being quiet. Why don't we have radio music? That would be way better. Oishi, upon hearing that, let out a small chuckle. For him to ask like that, and to laugh at the answer as it was recorded in the documents,
meant that wasn't really the case. OMG, I'm done. Welcome, Dinkler. Glad you made it. You missed the probably thing that would make you flip out. Because guess what? Guess who got his own theme? His own music. And it's good. The Invincible Principle? No, it's not the Invisible Principle. I'm in the car with him right now. So then, that means there's somebody else other than Kimiyoshi behind the scenes, contrary to what the prefectural office thinks, or rather, what is commonly known. Old man Kimiyoshi is nothing more than a figurehead. In the first place, the post of mayor in that village is nothing more than a ceremonial. Yes, it's Oishi, and you might have noticed that I forgot how to do Oishi's voice. I can't get it right anymore. I don't know why. It just doesn't. I can't get it right. I need to train. I need to go back to an old stream and listen to how I did it, because I'm doing it weird now, and I'm not happy with it. Why does Oishi get a theme? Because he's a police detective. And that means he gets a police-like theme with sax and all that stuff. Go back like 15 minutes in the stream and listen to it. It's really nice. You're gonna love this. In other words, there's someone else in charge of both the Alliance and the village? Would that be the three families we just talked about? Oh, well, I'll explain that part right now. All of a sudden... Hello, Shiffy. Wait, so story-wise, what really happened? Nothing. Wait, what did happen? So Akasaka has a pregnant wife who is about to conceive, and he has to leave because he's a police officer, and he has to leave because the grandson of the Minister of Construction got kidnapped. So the police of Tokyo is trying to find the kidnappers, and Akasaka got sent to Hinamizawa to investigate the dam project protests, because they said that there's they need to check everything and they don't believe there to be a connection, but someone has to go, so they send a rookie there. Which is funny because I'm 100% sure this is going to turn out to be where the kid was actually brought to. And now he arrived, and basically Oishi and other police people are walking him through all of the backstory that we've already heard, and it's insanely boring because we already know everything that they talked about. There has not been a single piece of new information at all. Also, this plays before the old games. This plays in 5 years before where the other 3 games played. So this plays during the dam construction stuff. And now you're caught up. And only Oishi has appeared on screen so far. That's true. We have not gotten a single sprite on screen other than Oishi 10 minutes ago. Well, he didn't really walk out on his wife. His wife said he's supposed to go because she puts his work on a higher plane than her own well-being. She's like the perfect Japanese wife, as you will. All of a sudden, with a sunk The car suddenly lurched. The paved road had given way to a gravel one. At the same time, the scenery outside the window changed. The Hinamizawa Dam project must be withdrawn. Overthrow the shameless puppet of a governor. The dam will submerge the natural beauty of Hinamizawa. Protect the village from the unethical dam. Fear the wrath of Oyashiro-sama's curse. Demolish the dam. Those involved must go away. The construction office must respond. The construction office manager must negotiate with us. Signs and banners crowded the roadside. Even reading the brush-scrawled words was daunting. It was as though where the road just changed was a border with a different country. At that moment, I was startled by the car suddenly braking. Looking ahead, a barricade had been erected. About 5 or 6 protesters, wearing masks and helmets to hide their faces, were blocking the road, yelling at us angrily to stop.
Oh shit. I forgot that this music is a thing. Why is this playing now? Since you said this is 5 years before the stories, how are they briefing him on stuff that never happened? No, they brief him on, like, the whole dam project backstory and Hinamizawa as a whole. The Sonozaki families, the Yakuza stuff, all of that was what they recap. Basically everything the police knows.
What is this? A checkpoint?
These guys never learn.
Oishi snorted as he rolled down the window and leaned out.
Hi, you guys. You can't be blocking the road like this here.
As Oishi glared at them with a malicious laugh, they feasibly faltered.
Clear the way. We can't get by like this.
Who would have thought it was Oishi's car? That panicked thought seemed to make them lose their presence of mind.
If we had known it was your car, Detective Oishi, we would have been so rude. Detective, what happened to your usual car? Is it in for maintenance? Something like that. I just can't get used to this car they loaned me.
Judging from their brief conversation, I could guess that they were familiar with the license plate of the car Oishi normally used. In other words, if they knew the car belonged to the police, they would have hidden the barricade. What they were doing was obviously obstruction of traffic. A blatant crime.
Who's that suspicious guy? You, could you show us your face?
The man glared at me menacingly. Wearing a mask and sunglasses made me look particularly dubious. Would not showing my face get me into some unnecessary trouble? I turned to Oishi to see what I should do.
Give him a break. He's still a little shy. He's still a shy little rookie. We just wanted to make sure he wasn't anybody suspicious. Hinamizawa has been in a bit of a stir as of late. No. Have you looked at yourself in the mirror? That mask you're wearing is way more suspicious.
The men and Oishi continued to talk like that, feigning smiles at one another. However, from the beginning to the end, I couldn't get over the feeling I was sitting on a powder keg.
Has the number of trucks illegally dumping still not decreased? It's a real hassle dealing with it all the time. The police could understand and cooperate. It would really help.
During that conversation, the barricade was moved, leaving a gap wide enough for a single car to get through. Oishi lightly honked the horn once and began to roll the car forward. I could see the men's antagonistic glares at the back of the car in the rear view mirror.
Sorry for the question, I want to make sure I'm on the right page. I would have watched the entire way if not for assignments. Don't worry. I'm glad you're at least done. I hope you're at least done. If not, it's late enough for you to stop now. Take a break, do it tomorrow.
What was that just now? Blocking a public road like that? Of course it's a crime. Still, if you get worked up over that, it'll never end. Those guys, you see, claim there's an infestation of trucks illegally dumping in the village. Their story goes in that order to stop that. They're halting suspicious vehicles for inspection. Illegal dumping? Like corrupt contractors just tossing industrial waste away? That's illegal! This is, by the way, the most German Akasaka has been in the whole thing so far, outside of leaving his wife for work. Their line of argument is that if the police aren't going to do anything about it, they'll take matters into their own hands. Well, the industrial waste is just something they're doing by themselves anyways. By themselves? They have a pretty good strategy. You see, in order to hinder construction, they've spread industrial waste over by the dam site. Then, blaming it on corrupt contractors, they start instituting these inspections. There, they stop every construction vehicle coming through and interfere with them as much as possible. So then, it's one of the methods the Onigafuchi Guardians is using. With that inspection just now, the car's license plate has probably been recorded. It shouldn't get stopped from here on out. Those guys know very well not to get me angry. Yeah, that's that. I would do the same, Akasaka. Just shut the fuck up. This guy is too much for you to handle. See, rumor is that they figure a car is related to the construction in some way. Not only would there be checkpoints stopping it at every turn, but they'd be throwing rocks and planting road spikes as well. It's best you be careful so you're not identified. If they find out you're from public safety, who knows what you'll suffer through. Oishi was acting like we were talking about something fun, but for me it was no laughing matter. It almost feels like we've wandered into a civil war in the Middle East. That's a good way of putting it. It's pretty much just what you said. Oishi turned to me with a grin and menacing laugh. You see, this here is a war zone. The car slowed down a bit as it went down a narrow road through some farmland. You see that house in that forest over there? That antiquated one? Looking at where Oishi was pointing, there certainly was an old, traditionally designed house. That belongs to the mayor, Old Man Kimiyoshi. You could say it belongs to the main Kimiyoshi house as well. There's a lot of branches, but that'd be one of the three families. The three families. The ancient families that control Hinamizawa? That's right. And one of the others is the Furaday family. Their house doesn't even have a single branch, as all that's left is the head priest's family. Right over there, there's the shrine. He's the priest there. By the way, the Guardian's office is on the grounds of that shrine. The office of the Onigafuchi Guardians. If these guys were the enemy, that would make the shrine their stronghold. Can we go look over there? The shrine is the Furaday family's private property, you see. Being police, we can't set foot there without a warrant. See, they've got a member of the Diet with ties to the village backing them up. Basically, being the police has its strengths and weaknesses. Well, even when we talk about the three families, that's something from a long time ago. Way back when those three families used to hold councils to decide things about the village.
Meaning it's different now?
You've got a pretty good nose. That's what I expect from an academic.
The car brake to a halt with a squeal. Well, this is very slow paced. I think the idea of a prequel through the lens of an old man is very bold. It is. And I think it has the potential to become very good. I'm sorry. But just like the games before, it just kind of takes ages to become interesting. Alright, we also had a lot of commie theories. That was funny. Like, the discussion within the Tokyo police headquarters about what group could have done the kidnapping, that was funny. That was a war council. Ahead of where we were stopped were several signs. Private property beyond. No trespassing. Beware of poisonous snakes. Danger, turn back. Intruders will be charged an entry fee of 1 million yen. Signs were erected there with things like that written on them. The road was separated from the forest by a chain link fence wrapped in barbed wire. Oh, is that the Sonozaki household?
Since this is private property, this is as far as we go. There's several surveillance cameras set up further in. Saying that we just got lost won't work with these guys.
They're beyond here, right? The people currently controlling Hinamizawa and the Onigafuchi Guardians were neither the Kimiyoshi family nor the Furude family, but the last of the three.
Yeah. Beyond here is one of the three families, the Sonozaki family. They're the ones controlling Hinamizawa from the shadows.
Among the list of executives recorded in the documents, the number of people with last names from the three families was quite high. Of course, Sonozaki was no exception. However, at the top was the Kimiyoshi family. Sorry. Shit, that's the part where Shion kills you. That's actually cool that they show you. The console art is really good. I just wish they would show like character sprites as well in this game, because Akasaka could use a sprite. Even if he's the main character and it's our point of view, we're seeing only background art in this game. It's weird. I need to grab a drink soon. My throat is getting really dry. Notch, confirm what I sent in the server. Is it correct? What? Dude. How do I say this without insulting you? Why is your brain a peanut? Like, in all seriousness, you have posted that video a few months ago, like that exact one, and asked that exact question, and I answered that question and told you this is bullshit because it's not true. Pikachu's name in German is Pikachu, or, well, it's pronounced Pikachu, but it's the same thing. Like, you gotta get that looked at. I can't even... Sorry, I can't be nice about that. I'm sorry, man, but... If my old ass remembers shit like that, you should. Yeah, oh mein Gott. Really? Oh my god. True. If the Kimiyoshi family seem to be in charge, the rulers behind the scenes were the Sonosaki family. This double-layered structure implicitly told me that this village had both a light and a dark side. Also, you guys, if I'm talking like a German all day, I'm gonna not be able to hold back. Sorry. No, but seriously, Pikachu is called Pikachu. It's not a elektrische Ratte. It's well, it is one, like, right? It's an electric rat, and that's just a German word for it. But it's not called that. It's not its name. It's what it is. Swear to God, I have great memory towards stuff that's actually memorable. So you just said that your VTuber stuff is not memorable. I didn't say that. You did, okay? Like, just keep that in mind, maybe. The current head of the Sonosaki family is an old lady named Oreo. Isn't she dead in the other games? She has enough clout that you could call her Empress Sonosaki. Be careful, she's no small fry. She's enough of a VIP that even the mayor of the city has to bow before her. Well, in Hinamizawa and the surrounding area, their relatives amount to a block of several thousand votes. No politician could show disrespect for that. In other words, that would make her the actual leader of the Onigafuchi Guardians, right? You've got it. With those words, Oishi pulled out a well-worn secret box. The suspected kidnapping of the minister's grandchild and subsequent threats. Were these parts of the hidden plot by the Onigafuchi Guardians in order to have the Hinamizawa Dam project cancelled? You came all the way from Tokyo to investigate this, didn't you? Huh? Yeah. That's right. Something the matter? Then is it related to the direct appeal incident with Minister Inukai? If that's the case, then public security has them marked on a watch list. Something like that. Having you guess that so quickly makes this easy. While exhaling out cigarette smoke, Oishi smiled broadly, like I just pulled a good one on him. Or so I thought. His smile disappeared suddenly. That's a lie, isn't it? Huh? I mean, the direct appeal putting them on watch list. That's a lie, isn't it? Oishi knew there was no way that Tokyo HQ would dispatch an investigator over something as minor as a direct appeal. If they were to dispatch someone, it had to be for a more dire reason. He had figured out as much. I thought of myself as the type of person who doesn't let things show on their face. In front of his watchful gaze, however, I felt what I was thinking was completely laid bare. Oishi silently lit another cigarette, as if waiting for me to interject during this awkward pause. At this point, like, let me be real, Oishi, maybe it's just because I'm old and identify with that, but Oishi is like my favorite character in the game. He is kind of ubiquitous. I don't know if he's an antagonist or if he's just a morally gray character that's actually helping. But I think he's written fairly well. He's funny, and he brings the plot along a lot of times. Like, he makes things interesting. Wait, I know why I sent it. It's a new clip. Yeah, from an old video, though. Your favorite character in a game filled with waifus is an old dude. No, this is just from me doing a German voice for almost 3 hours straight now because there's so much internal dialogue. I'm turning into a waifu hater. Although I did call the that one police lady from the beginning a waifu instead of a woman. So I don't know. I still like my waifus. I see. So this was a veteran detective's way of getting someone to spill information. But as long as I realized this, there would be nothing more. If I didn't open my mouth, I wouldn't have to lose anything. He is about as smart as Keiji, and that doesn't say a lot. Like... the hell's going on? All I had to do was stare out the window and enjoy the scenery until Oishi gave up. You know, I don't think that's a good idea, because I think if you ignore Oishi when he wants to know something, he's gonna pull a gun. He would. It's very rare to say, say a character like this is his fave. Well, I heard his theme.
You really are bad at hiding things, you know. Being so young and earnest isn't so bad.
Oishi smirked as he twisted out his third cigarette, while I tried not to let him notice that I had yielded completely. At first, I thought I had won, but at the very least, Oishi had ascertained that I was hiding something. Meaning that I might have ended up marching to his tune. Oishi started up the engine once again and began to move the car.
If you'd just been honest with me, I thought I might have been able to help you.
How would you help? If the cat was out of the bag, I might as well use it to catch some mice.
Smart guy. Well, this depends on what we're talking about, but I might be able to help set you up with someone who's knowledgeable about the goings-on in Hinamizawa.
An informant?
I see. Is that what you call it?
Why are you interested in my case, Oishi-san?
Well, I'm the same as you. Isn't it our business to know things?
Being able to meet with Oishi's informant was an extremely compelling opportunity. We were looking to recruit somebody familiar with the area to collaborate with for intelligence. In the end, there was no better method for finding people than asking. We were always taught, however, that the rank-and-file police were no better than monkeys.
Wow. Imagine that you become a police officer in Tokyo, and they tell you that, yeah, okay, these guys in the boonies, they're all idiots. Like, don't interact with them, don't ask questions, don't let them talk to you. They're all dumbasses.
This is like Hinamizawa Tour Guide Edition. You would think a story like this would be the first game, not the fourth. Yes. I think that the author or the dude who made the game basically had to rely on bringing new people in with every game he made because it's a dojin game. Kind of fired back on the storytelling of it because he always has to recap stuff. And I don't think he had the tech to make, like, proper recaps. But the games are continuous? Yes, they are, but he still had to sell them man to man, right? This was made in a game, in a time where digital distribution just wasn't a thing. He literally printed the game on DVDs and went to dojin events and sat there and waited for people to walk up to the Higurashi stand and buy his new game. So if you only draw in people that have played your old games, you're gonna lose people all the time. And you need a way to bring in new people. So this makes sense from a perspective of where he was when he made these games like 22 years ago, but it doesn't make sense nowadays where Steam as the games. I'm too used to Trails, where they literally start the game directly after the first. Yes, but Trails, despite being niche and Falcom not being huge, is still made by a big company and not by a single dude. That's a completely different thing. Like, having something like this, a continuous story game from someone who basically finances and programs everything on his own, that's not really, even today, that's not really a thing. Like, the barrier of entry is just way too high. Unlike us, they were careless with confidential cases. We looked down on them like they'd run their mouth off in a drunken stupor. Oishi was an outlaw even amongst them. And here I was lost on whether or not I should tell him about the kidnapping of the minister's grandson. This information, exactly how knowledgeable are they, this informant, exactly how knowledgeable are they about the Onigafuchi Guardians?
If you're from public safety, you would know, wouldn't you? Something like that is something I just can't tell you.
Protect your sources. That was the first principle of dealing with confidential information. In that regard, it seemed that Oishi wasn't one of the monkeys. Should I trust him, ask for his help or not?
It's just that you work for the feds and I work for the prefecture. I don't think that our jobs are that different. I think I can be of help.
However, I had trouble believing that this crafty old man would simply help me just like he claimed. Now, how should I go about this? I find it hard to believe that someone of your standing would help me out without strings attached. It's back. It's back. Hell yeah. I was afraid we'd not listen to it again. Dude, this is such a fucking good. I love it so much. Jazz Oishi. And Oishi isn't even on screen. Maybe this is Akasaka's theme. And that's why it hasn't shown up before.
No. Well, it's not like I'm completely without an ulterior motive. As I recall, you guys have space in your budget allocated to pay informants, right? Something you don't need to submit a receipt for. Just a little bit of that would be the cost of meeting with the informant.
Dude, he's literally blackmailing him. In other words, gives the compensation earmarked for the informant to you first? Well, it helps that the details of this deal are so clear-cut. He certainly was something else for being able to brazenly state his ulterior motive like this. Rather than him doing this out of the kindness of his heart, everything was a lot clearer if he was being compensated before this deal. I felt that he was the type of man who was good at these backroom dealings.
Don't misunderstand me, please. It's not me who needs the money, it's the informant, okay?
Well, in regards to the payment, I'll be handling the money. When do you want it?
Right now would be good. If you don't have it on you, tomorrow works as well.
I pulled out a wallet that was different from my personal one. Does he actually carry money to pay off informants? That is so cool. The price was pretty much fixed depending on what kind of information I was paying for. In this case, the payment was upfront. Also considering the fact that I didn't know what kind of info I would get, I shouldn't pay too much. When I suggested that, Oishi suddenly stretched out his hand and tightly grasped the contents of the wallet.
At times like this, it's best you not be so stingy. It's alright, it's alright. It won't go to waste.
I understand. I won't be stingy. You know what? I'm gonna leave you with this theme because I'm afraid it's gonna go away soon, and I need to take 2 minutes of a break to get some water because my throat is dying here from the German voice. So I'll just leave you with that, and I'll be right back.
Hello!
We're back. Music's bopping. It's true. Also, hello. You know, while I was away, I still heard the music and I thought of something. You know what this reminds me of? This song sounds like something that would play in the bar in Animal Crossing. If you replace KK Ryder's voice with, like, if you replace the main melody of this song with KK Ryder's voice, it would 100% perfectly fit in. It's elevator music. Yes. That doesn't make it bad, but yes. Okay, let's go on. I want to get through at least chapter 1. We haven't even finished a single chapter yet.
And what kind of information are you looking for? Depending on what you want, how we approach this will probably change.
You swear you won't spread this information to anybody else, Oishi-san?
I can't swear as much. I'm the same as you. I can't withhold information obtained during the course of my duties.
I thought we finished the chapter. I think I'm going crazy. No, we haven't oh shit, we haven't saved the game a single time yet. What if it... Save. Yes. Imagine if the game, for some reason, just broke. Okay, now we're safe.
No! I got it, I swear. Nothing here gets said anywhere else. On top of that, thanks to you, I can pay back what I owe from my mahjong debts. In any case, I won't break a promise that involves money.
I was still unsure if I should trust him until the very last moment, but in the end, I broke down. Just found out no one is sleeping in the other room, so I can put the music on the speaker. Great, but it's over now. Shit! Oishi wasn't the type of guy I could trust 100%, but there was no mistaking he had access to underground information networks. In order to accomplish my mission swiftly, I needed his cooperation. I set my resolve. I'm investigating whether or not the Onigavachi Guardians is related to a certain incident.
Certain incident?
There's a possibility that the Minister of Construction, Inukai, is being coerced by someone.
Saying there's a possibility is kind of a roundabout way of putting it.
It appears there's a mole close to the Minister, and due to that mole, the Minister had been monitored quite thoroughly and was seemingly forced to see to their threats right away. None of this was reported to us or the police.
I see. So that's why you're saying there's only a possibility he's being coerced. In that case, isn't it a little strange? If the minister didn't report this to anybody, how did you guys know about this incident?
Oishi is just... Also, this is why I like him. He's smart, right? Look. Your average dude wouldn't have figured this out from this little information. You're gonna think you're watching some German terrorist? What? Oh, because I'm doing the Thank God the whole call me thing is over at least. If we didn't spy on the minister's private life, we would have never found out. I don't think we have to provide that explanation to the informant, so I'm omitting it. Oishi had apparently caught on and quietly chuckled when I refused to explain.
I see. There's a spy close to the minister, so public safety made it a highly classified investigation. That certainly isn't a very amicable story, is it?
If this matter became public, not only would this affect the minister's political career, but the possibility of there being a shift in the political landscape is extremely high. If the perpetrator's aim is indeed that, then this could develop into a very grave situation.
Well, if the government having development projects all over the country, they've butted heads with quite a few people. It wouldn't take much wrongdoing for the left-wing parties to suddenly garner support.
We're currently investigating what demands are being forced on the minister, but at least we have a good idea of how he's being threatened.
How?
The minister's grandson was kidnapped. They're denying it, but judging from when he was last seen, it's believed it's already been over 72 hours since the kidnapping. That kid is dead.
So, 3 days. If they were just after ransom money, this would have been settled by now.
It may be this isn't for monetary gain. The possibility that they're forcing the minister to do something politically is extremely high. Yeah, because the Hinamizawa Dam dudes are the ones who kidnap, and haven't they thought of that? Doesn't that make way too much sense? Maybe I'm just conditioned to think everything in the game has to be related, but you know, that's something we just can't consent to.
So then, the Onigavachi Guardians was listed as one of the possible perpetrators.
That is correct.
Kidnap the minister's grandson and demand the cancellation of the dam project.
What do you think, Oishi-san? From your point of view, do you think that's possible? Oishi seemed to ponder the idea for a while. The section chief at the regional office had responded immediately with, "It's possible." However, Oishi, who was this well informed about the matter, was hemming and hawing. Finally, just a little bit, he said something that was really just a little bit strange.
This was before the Meiji era, you say? This area wasn't named Hinamizawa Village back then, it was called Onigavachi. This is just what I heard from my mother.
This topic was so completely and suddenly unrelated to the subject of the kidnapping of the minister's grandson that I was taken slightly aback. Onigafuchi? Oh, so that's why they're called the Onigafuchi Guardians.
You see, the village of Onigafuchi was said to be inhabited by demons that devoured humans. Even now, it's believed that the blood of these demons partially curses through the veins of the villagers.
Demon that devour humans? Oishi-san, what are you saying?
It's information. I got a lot from you just now, a little too much. In exchange, I'm giving you a little freebie.
Oishi finally smiled, but it didn't seem like he was fooling around. Please continue.
You see, these human-devouring demons, normally they were revered as Taoist transcendents and lived tucked away from the rest of the world.
This is new information. We have not heard anything proper about this stuff yet. Wait, so they want to stop the conservatives or the liberals? They want to... neither. They want to stop the construction of the dam. Forgot they fucking referenced Japanese World War II experiments in these games? Yes. This is getting more interesting now.
But they ate people after all, so apparently they go to villages in the foothills regularly and abduct their prey. They used to call that being demoned away,
or Onikakshi, or the name of the first game. Demoned away? It was the first time I heard such a peculiar phrase. However, I felt something slightly ominous from these horrifying tales of demons abducting people in order to eat them.
Look, you know how there's a common phrase, spirited away? When people suddenly go missing one day, they call it that. When the same thing happens around here, they call it being demoned away.
How does that old tale relate to the matter at hand?
Oh no. There's no direct relationship. I'm just making some small talk here. It's just...
Katump, katump! The car shook. At some point, the gravel road had changed to a paved one. It's just what?
That around here, the phrase demoned away is somewhat a code for disappearances and kidnappings. Just thought I'd mention that.
Wait, wasn't the dam construction manager the first person to be killed in those serial killings? And if the dam construction leader was the first to be killed, there had to be a demoned away person as well, right? Because they always have one. Was that the kid? Did they say that? I forgot. Hold on, wait a minute. Taoism is a Chinese practice. Now I don't want to get into World War II stuff too much, but didn't Japan do some bad shit to China? I honestly don't know. At least nothing that I would relate to this. But what if the demons are actually living experiments from that war? I don't think we're gonna go that direction. I think they didn't mention if someone disappeared, but wouldn't it make sense if, like, the first demoned away person in that... Maybe that's why they never mentioned him. Because they wanted to have that resolved in a later game. This being that one. I guess we'll see later if we actually find the kid. But if he never turns up, then I'm gonna assume that this is the first crime. So it feels weird referencing a real-life tragedy like a plot point, but I just kind of connected the dots. Don't worry about it. I don't know if this has anything to do with the kidnappings of the minister's grandson. Well, there's no deep meaning behind it. It's just, there's that little bit of history. Onikakshi. Human-eating demons coming down to the foothills and abducting their prey. Then, in order to cancel the dam project that threatened to submerge the village they lived in, did they demon away the minister's grandson? Then, had they already made an example out of the minister's grandson and eaten him alive? I still think this is a metaphor. I don't think anybody got eaten alive. It's a bit of an interesting old tale, isn't it? If you set foot into the demon's village without reason, you'll promptly be captured and eaten alive. So don't go near Onigafuchi. Kids these days might not believe such superstitions, but amongst the older folks in Okinomi born in the Meiji era, many would never question these warnings. Hinamizawa village was feared by the people in the area. I recalled that piece of information I heard from the Prefectural Public Safety Division. In any case, we're in the boonies out here. It's kind of expected that there'd be some superstitions around. Somebody from Tokyo like you, Akasaka-san, probably couldn't even begin to imagine it, could you? The man-eating demons, as a price for violating the sanctity of the village, kidnapped the minister's grandson and swallowed him whole. That ludicrous idea flew through my head. It was so absurd. I was half disgusted with myself. Oishi was just teasing me. Stupid. It was really so stupid. Come to think of it, by then, I may have already been seized by the curse of that dubious village. What? For me to realize that would take a little more time. Is this the end of the chapter? That was ominous foreshadowing, by the way. It is. Bro, is that us? Did you see that sprite? Okay, wait. What time is it now? We still got like 45 minutes. How about we start the next chapter? I don't want this game to take like 5 weeks. How many chapters does it have? Wait, let me open Steam. Here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One is finishing the game. One is the after party. So it's 6 chapters. We've only done 1. Let's try to hurry through more. To me, that semi-confirms that the demon stuff really is a metaphor. Yeah, I think it is. Alright, let's go on. That's a scenery change. Waking up in a cheap hotel in the city was by no means pleasant. I remembered even during the long camping trips we had during grade school. I wanted to get home quickly, counting out the days left on my fingers. Dude, what is wrong with you? Waking up this morning, I was somehow reminded of that. Was it a need to be with my wife when she gave birth? A particular type of homesickness? As a productive member of society, This is so German. As a public servant bound to fulfill his duties. It was pathetic indeed. Those negative emotions faded as I downed my breakfast, which was surprisingly not half bad. That is also very German. The demons are just insane cannibals who practiced Chinese religion, which the villagers deluded into thinking they were actual demons. I don't necessarily know about the whole Chinese religion stuff, but I think that it started because some weird people ate people, and the villagers just kind of took to them superstitiously, you know? The meeting with the informants that Oishi had provided would be tonight. Until then, I couldn't just be lazing around. Go pick up some girls, man. Your wife isn't here. The Onigafuchi Guardians was protesting the dam constructions in various ways. Included in this was a strategy for improving public relations, which could be categorized into two major forms, combative and peaceful. In regards to the former, as an attempt to keep law enforcement in check, they appealed to the public sympathy by highlighting the oppressive and inhuman tactics of the police and the brutality of the riot squads. Yeah, but like, didn't you... like... if you throw stones and break stuff, why would you be surprised that somebody is... like, returning the favor? Yeah, the not half bad thing is the most German shit I've ever seen. Man. That dinner you made for me, darling, that took you like 2 hours to make, that you poured all your love into, it's edible. The latter, peaceful route, stressed how precious the natural surroundings of Hinamizawa was, seeking people who would oppose the dam on environmental grounds. As a part of that, the village of Hinamizawa had invited celebrated zoologists and botanists, as well as environmental groups, to advertise the nature surrounding the town. Wait, is Akasaka gonna be the one who finds the first corpse? Like the dismembered one? Wouldn't that happen around this time? According to the news, in recent years, there had been a group calling itself Hinamizawa Nature Watching, setting up free sightseeing tours. I would have liked to have taken advantage of the opportunity, but when I called the village administrative offices, they said it was too late to apply for the tour, and they were still undecided as to when they'd be doing another one. I see. So there's no applications for next time. Too bad.
Are you a member of an environmental group? Or maybe somebody from a magazine?
No, just here privately.
Privately? You're a tourist?
Something like that. It's my hobby to take pictures that display how beautiful nature can be. Wait a minute. Is Akasaka Tomitake? Is he going in with a... Have we met Akasaka before and he's actually Tomitake? I think Dinkler had the same idea as me. Is he undercover in the first 3 games? And that's how he's related? Hold on, why would he change his name? Well, he's an undercover cop, right? It would make sense for him not to go in with his real name. Why would he go under his real name? Maybe this is just... Maybe this is just a red herring. I don't know, but like... Tomitake does not look middle-aged, so how... I mean... Akasaka, who says that he's middle-aged? We don't know how he looks, and he is just having his first kid, which means he could be anywhere from like 24 to 40. Right? Just because he works with Oishi and knows him because of that doesn't mean they have to be the same age. He said himself he's middle-aged. Yes, but that was like almost 10 years later. The beginning scene at the airport where he was talking about that and called himself middle-aged, that was 1985, I think. And this is 1978. So if he goes from like being, I don't know, 27 to 34, he might call himself middle-aged. So it checks out. Now we have to redub Tomitake with German voice. I mean, if maybe we see Akasaka and it's actually not the same guy, I don't know, but this is just a theory for now. I read in a magazine that there were some precious nature reserves here, so I was looking forward to it. I knew there was an article that had something like that written in it, but I hadn't actually read it. If the informant turns out to be the blonde chick, I forgot her name, then I'm convinced that they are the same person. Was this ad-libbed lie not going to work? However, contrary to my expectations, the person I was speaking to laughed happily. Takano, yeah, exactly. If the informant is Takano, I would be very hard-pressed not to think that Akasaka is Tomitake. Village officer one.
Oh, then come. The village is a little busy right now, but you're totally welcome here.
In that case, I'll graciously accept the offer. Thank you.
How are you getting around, car? If that's the case, I could ask for your license plate number. No, there's no ulterior motive behind that.
That was probably related to the checkpoints they'd set up on the way to the village. If I didn't give them my license plate number, I'd most likely be hindered in various ways. I thought about using the car I had borrowed from the prefecture, but I was lost on whether it was okay to tell them that plate number. If the Onigafuchi Guardians was behind this incident, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't be able to find out who I was. I had to play it safe, so I elected to refrain from using the car. Also, just saying this now, I feel like him leaving his wife behind is going to become a plot point at the end, or near the end. Like, maybe he pushes the Onigafuchi Alliance into a corner, but then he gets a call at the near the end where they say, "Hey, nice kid you got there. We got you. We got your wife, we got your kids. Stop your shit, come back home and drop everything." This is alright, but I kind of want to see Rika's story now, because in the second game she gets brutally murdered. No, that... in the third game, she got it. And I quote, "like a thrown out garbage bag." That was kind of more memorable than the second one, actually. Yeah, she was gutted. Did you forget that? We found her near the end of the game with Sadako, and Rika has been, like, literally gutted with her stomach open and the guts pulled out. And she was dead. At least we think she was. That's awful. Yes, kind of. Yeah, it kind of was. We didn't see her from, like, the chest down, so we don't actually know how that looked, but we can, I guess we can assume. I heard that they actually show that in the anime, by the way. Somebody commented on that in the streams during the time I wasn't live. I read all of the comments, and somebody said that if you want to see the fucked up shit like that, it's all animated. That's sad, poor Rika-chan. True. Yep, it was in the anime. Perfect. Yeah, I heard that a lot of people dropped the anime, not because it was bad, but because it was just too gory. I'm gonna watch it at some point, but I don't want to spoil myself. And I don't think I can legally make a watch party of that. So, gotta do it on my own, I guess. No, actually, I'm not using a car. If there's a bus or something, I'd prefer that.
We do have a bus, actually. The route is going to be discontinued soon, though. You can take that. It departs from Okinomiya Station.
Thank you very much. I look out for it.
When will you be coming? Is this your first time in Hinamizawa? If it is, you must be unsure about a lot of things. If you let me know, I can have somebody show you around.
Oh no, I couldn't ask that much of you.
Don't worry about it. That's just a bit of PR we do to protect nature around the village.
Judging by what I saw at the checkpoints, the villagers were at the very least wary of outsiders. That's why in order to move in and out of the village freely, I had to travel with somebody like Oishi or side with the dam protests. Having an interest in the natural environment surrounding the village tied into the peaceful type of PR that the village was using. I was a bit against having a watchdog attached to me, but that might actually work out in my favor. The entire village was fired up about the dam protests, so I might be lucky enough to hear some especially candid opinions from the residents. Wait, is Rika gonna be our watchdog? In Discord you can, but YouTube nah. I'm not even sure if I can do that on Discord. If it's 18 plus and I'm hosted in a public server, maybe on a private call, yeah, but like not on private, I think, not on public. Given that there was no real reason for me to refuse their offer, is it really alright? If so, that'll really help. After that, I was shown the bus schedule and directed to which bus I should get on. Somebody would come and meet me at the bus stop in the village. After showing me around a spot I take an interest in, there was no doubt they'd bring me somewhere like an anti-dam information center. Then over a cup of tea, they try to indoctrinate me into accepting their principles and beliefs. This is going wild. Well, if that was their aim, there'd be a lot of freebies involved. The world is about give and take after all. I couldn't be going in a suit. I pulled some plain clothes out of my travel case and changed into something more casual. And I brought my camera, and I called myself Tomitake. Is Higurashi anime actually 18 plus? I know that it is in Germany. I can tell you that much because we sold the DVDs, like, and Blu-rays. And other stuff that's 18 plus in Germany includes stuff like, I think Berserk, redo of Healer, and porn, yeah. After that, after calming down by watching some local television, I left the hotel and set out for Okinomiya Station. This headset is killing my neck, by the way. It's way heavier, obviously, than just earphones. Are Doom games 18 plus in Germany? I think so. Pretty sure they are. Let's see. By the way, I just noticed that... Don't look down here. I'm trying to not. I just noticed that there's pictures here, so... From reinstalling Steam, I apparently forgot to to disable community content, so maybe there are spoilers here, so try not to let your eyes wander. I'm just looking for Doom. There it is. Can I see the rating somewhere? No. Ah, here. Information. Maybe on the store page. Yeah. 18. There it is. Woohoo! Okay. Now we know. I can tell you that Wolfenstein is not like it's also 18 plus in Germany, and also still, despite being 18 plus, heavily censored in the sense that they took out all the Nazi stuff and replaced it with generic signs and words and stuff in the German dub. It's awful. Completely makes the game story nonsensical. Sebasraut said I was told would soon be discontinued. Certainly didn't look that way. There was more than enough trips on the schedule, and the number of passengers was by no means sparse. It was the main link to Okinomiya, the only town in the area. The types of passengers that stood out were older folk who didn't look like they could drive, and housewives who didn't seem like they had a license. If the area was submerged at the bottom of the lake, it wouldn't matter if there was a bus route. That's why it was going to be discontinued, in the unnatural scheme of things. I could catch a glimpse of the government's intent in cutting off their means of transportation to bully the village into emptying out sooner. It makes sense. According to the documents, talks between the Ministry of Construction and the locals broke down quite early. The government decided from the start to take an aggressive stance on the matter. It was like the fairy tale with the north wind and the sun trying to get the traveler remove his cloak. I have no idea what this sentence is supposed to say. It's PG-16, so you can watch it under 16 if you have a guardian. Maybe you guys don't have the uncensored version. Even their bullying had meaning to it. The reason why the Onigafuchi Guardians resisted so violently was because the government was doing unseemly things like that. I was somebody who lived in Tokyo, so for a village or two out in the boonies like this to be submerged didn't seem like a big deal. But I guess for somebody actually living here, it would be a vitally huge problem. This route will be discontinued at the end of this financial year. This financial year? Why would you make a public announcement like that? Who the fuck knows when your weird little bus company's financial year ends? Thank you for your patronage up to this point. We look forward to your continued patronage on our other lines. Okinomiya Transportation. Gazing lazily at the notice of discontinued service posted inside the bus, I counted down the number of stops until the designated one. Along the way, we passed through the checkpoint without stopping. They knew what time the bus was coming, so they had opened up the barricade ahead of time. From here on out was enemy territory. My palms had at some point become coated in a thin film of sweat. Now arriving at Ukita Waterworks. Now arriving at Ukita Waterworks. Are there any passengers disembarking? I hurriedly pressed the stop request button as designated stop was announced. For none of the numerous passengers to be getting off here meant that it must be quite a remote place. In actuality, the stop I got off at was so abnormally run down that I could tell it was barely used. As soon as I stepped out, an intense atmosphere completely different than the interior of the bus assailed my body. Right now, Oishi or Hondaya weren't beside me. That's right. At present, I was alone in the middle of enemy territory. My adversaries probably thought I was just an ordinary tourist, but that was nothing more than a ruse. But if by some mistake my true identity was to be exposed, it brought back the terrifying words I had heard at the prefectural office, that if somebody was attacked in Hinamizawa with a knife, there wouldn't be any evidence left behind. Bro is talking like Keiichi right now. Yeah, I said that before, that he is totally in Keiichi mode before even anything happens. He's worse than Keiichi, honestly. I didn't seem suspicious, did I? My clothing was currently casual. It was exactly the type of clothing that a city slicker that viewed the countryside as a wholesome getaway would wear. A camera and a knapsack. Okay, look. Higurashi Tomitake's right. He's got the camera, he's got the knapsack. And they're always on him in all of his sprites. This is the dude, let's be real. They're just giving it away at this point, yeah. I also wore glasses for the first time in my life. This has to be Tomitake. Inside were various things needed for hiking. It was still only June. Maybe it was unusual, but the sun was shining down like it was already the middle of summer. The fact that I didn't bring a hat must seem odd. But Tomitake wears a hat. Or does he? I forgot. Does he wear one? We just looked, but I already forgot. No, it wasn't something to be that concerned about. It's alright. I was just a normal tourist. Just normal. Was there anything suspicious about me? He wears a hat? Yeah. I mean, we haven't seen Tomitake in this time, right? Maybe he decided to wear a hat later. Asking that, I turned around to look at the bus that was departing. What the fuck? Dude, oh, come on. All the passengers by the window were staring down at me silently. Why the... Don't do that! We didn't do anything yet! Why the eyes? They didn't have to do that. Fucking hell! I hate this. Why are they doing this? These look like Bloodborne beast eyes. Literal acid reuse jump scare. It came out of nowhere. Like, why is that a thing? They were staring right at me, as if they had seen right through my proud little outfit. Just staring, looking down on me. This doesn't even look like eyes. What does it look like to you? I think they look like eyes. I think they're supposed to be. Just really, really creepy ones. Countless stares rained down like needles on me from the windows open to air out the bus. Just imagine that, though. Like, You're just standing there, minding your own business, thinking, damn, maybe I should have worn a hat. And then you turn around, look at the bus you just got out of, where, like, housewives and old people were in, and they're all like, you got something to hide, motherfucker? It's amazing art, but kind of weird for it to be used again, and especially like this. Well, it's kind of the same situation, though, right? Lips, maybe? Hey, bro, lips don't look like that. No lips look like that. All that rained down were stares. None of them were saying a word. But all the more, their silent stares told me more than a million words could. Hurry up and go back to Tokyo, you outsider. No, I'm... There was no reason for me to speak. My quiet voice was drowned out by the sound of the engine. The bus, as if to torment me, set out slowly, and after doing more than enough to intimidate me, sped off. Bro, this was unnecessary. Like, they really didn't have to do that. I feel like nothing happened yet. Like, why are they so suspicious? Do you think they maybe know that he's a police officer investigating the abduction and they're trying to lure him in so they can kill him? A thin film of sweat began to rise from my entire body. According to the documents, it was a village that seemed wary of outsiders. Its population was small as well. If they saw an unfamiliar face, they would be quick to identify that face as an outsider. On top of that, nobody else had gotten off at this stop. It was a bus stop that they normally just passed on by. Somebody actually getting off here. There was no doubt that had drawn some attention. Bro's just paranoid. I just came up with an idea, by the way. Clipped what? You're getting good at this whole streamer gig? What the hell did I even do? Idea. Thinking process. Gears turning and shit. He is being paranoid now. After being told by Oishi about the whole demons and eating stuff, right? Keiichi turned paranoid after exactly the same thing happened to him. He was in the car with Oishi, and Oishi told him the story of the background for the village, right? And that's when he started getting paranoid. Do you think this is coincidence? Because I don't. Maybe Oishi is Oyashiro-sama. Or maybe Oishi is using some sort of weird mindfucker shit, hypnosis, or maybe some substance in his car to get people to become paranoid and spur on the murders in the city. But this wasn't a slip-up. They were the ones who directed me to get off at this point. There was nothing to worry about. I knew that I was just nervous, since this was my first undercover assignment. My more seasoned colleagues referred to us as a new generation that didn't know how to lose their cool, but that wasn't true at all. Phew! In order to calm my breathing down, I exhaled the unpleasant air residing in the pit of my stomach. I couldn't help but pray that my apprehensions would disappear like the white clouds of exhaust expelled from the bus. There was a small shed there, to serve as shelter if it rained, and it was there I decided to wait. Inside the shed One wall was plastered with posters advertising the dumb opposition efforts. It was like the heartfelt screams of the villagers were recorded on that wall. Inside the shelter, I felt an inexplicable pressure. It wasn't like I had any real relation to the damn project, but it still made me feel hesitant about being inside there. That was just how filled with the force of denial that space was. And inside that uneasy space was a girl. What? Is this where we get Rika? It's not gonna be a corpse or something, right? This whole game so far feels like an anime version of the classic novel The Catcher in the Rye. I don't know that one. Come on, you don't jump scare us twice in a row. It's gonna be totally wholesome and normal, right? Her head is so big! Bro! Why is her head so big? She looks like an infant. She looks cheap. Look at that. Like, her head is... Look at how shoulders on a human look. Okay. This is my head. I've got a big head. These are my shoulders. This is her head. And these are her shoulders. She's built the wrong way around. Inside the shed, covered in words, written in broad brush strokes, beating the policies regarding the dam and calling for action, there was a girl sitting there with a drowsy gaze as if in half sleep. Also, oh, just check this out. Can I not? How do I put this away? I don't know, but look at the her foot. You can see it briefly when I switch. It looks like a fucking paw. Who did this art? The two images clashed so much that I could only stand there dumbfounded for a moment, trapped in such a surreal environment. If I stepped inside, who knew what kind of oafish noises I would accidentally make? I couldn't be disturbing this girl's slumber like that. Having thought this, I gave up on entering the shed. It was just a sleeping kid, so how was I so worked up about it? I finally realized. This girl, to us, as a married couple, was the very image of our ideal child. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got it. Okay. Yeah, okay. I'm not gonna voice my thoughts that I had for 2 seconds there. Even after numerous examinations at the hospital, we didn't know for sure what our child's gender was. Why? Usually that's not that hard to find out. Whether we could tell if they were a boy or a girl was, in the end, dependent on whether or not we could get an image of their genitalia. There was, of course, no guarantee that it was a girl, but with things the way they were, the possibility was high. Wait, so they can't find its dick, so they think it's not a boy? Damn. Biology strikes again, I guess. Even so, Yukie had been saying that the chances that it was a boy or a girl were even. But in my heart, I had already decided that our coming child was a girl. Since the day I decided that until now, it was so fun to imagine how our child would grow up that I couldn't help myself. Bro got such a micro penis he turned into a girl.
Catcher in the Rye is similar to this, where barely anything actually happens because the protagonist just in-depth explains everything for 900 hours. Maybe I just know it by the German name. I don't know how it's called in German, but I have not heard of that. Amongst those numerous imagined forms, the one that I thought to be the most ideal had materialized right in front of me, with a very big head. Of course, a little of it was due to the circumstances. In my ideal image, her hair would be on the short side. The girl in front of me, though, had long hair. It was almost as if somebody had taken my ideal and made some small adjustments. It certainly wasn't something unpleasant. Okay, dude, why are you, like, checking out that little girl that's sleeping in the shed so intently? Now you're getting stared at if somebody sees you. Even so, I felt like I was sullying her just by looking at her like that. She had an immaculate, no, a divine air about her. What the fuck? Dude, what? The art gets worse. Holy shit, this is disgusting. Oh my god. Why is she crying now? If we're gonna be followed by a little crying Rika, I don't want to play this game, dude. Like, this is gonna be annoying as shit. Oh, this is how I... Spacebar. She's yawning. Oh. She's a bobblehead. She actually... I want a Rika bobblehead. That would be fucking funny. Yeah. I can't make a little girl voice while also trying to yawn. That's... How do you yawn in a voice different to yours? No, I actually had to yawn. Fuck. That girl with an angelic smile, with a yawn wide enough you could see her molars, woke up all of a sudden. I didn't mean to peep, but locking eyes with a girl who had just woken up like this somehow made me feel like I was playing a prank on her. I wasn't doing anything shady, but I became flustered. The girl spoke. No, cried out? Okay, that sprite is a bit better, but I like her normal sprite, like where she's 5 years older, more. The chibi looks garbage. Rika is supposed to be really young in this game and they're trying to show that, but it looks dumb. I think she's supposed to be like, what? She's, I think, like 9 in the original, so she must be like around 4 years old in this. I missed this theme. She's a toddler and bro wants to make adjustments. I think you misunderstood what he said. He said she looks like a girl he would like to have as his daughter, but just slightly different. Okay, so do I make the same voice for Chibi Rika that I do for normal Rika, or do I make it higher pitched? Like a combination of Sadako and Rika. They're both little girls. You do know that, like, even as a kid, like, your voice changes from... Okay. Meep. Meep? Like that character on the show with the puppets? With the orange hair? I thought it was just one of those greetings kids do. So in order to prove I wasn't a suspicious person, I responded in kind. Meep!
Meep? Meep. The girl stared at me dubiously with his doll-like expression, cute, but cold and hard to read. Well, I wouldn't be surprised. There was, after all, an unfamiliar man right in front of her when she woke up, who responded with Meep when she said the same. Suspicious, yeah. I know, but like an anime difference like that doesn't warrant a new voice. I'm sure she's voiced differently. I mean, this is Kugimiya Rie we're talking about. She can always go higher. Suspicious. She definitely thought I was suspicious. No fucking shot they got her to do Rika? Yes. Yes. Let's wait until she says an actual sentence and I'll turn on the voice acting. Oh, actually, I can do it now. Like, I haven't heard her meep. See? She doesn't even do her super high-pitched voice. Meep. Dude, why does this turn into the most awkward conversation we've ever had? This is like the worst thing. This is... Do you know what Fremdschämen means? Is that... this is a loan word in English, I think, right? Literal Meep City. Jesus Christ. Okay. Akasaka is like the worst fucker ever. Let's all meep for her. I mean, she's cute, let's be real. We were both at a loss for words. No, the only one lost was me. The girl in front of me, as if inquiring about my motives, stared at me intently. In this silence, I feel like I was the one who had to say something first. Damn it, this girl was better at interrogating somebody than Oishi. And she didn't do shit, she just meeped. I'm not anybody suspicious. I'm... Nipa... Nipa? Nipa... That, by the way, for anybody who isn't a weeb like me, Nipa means like a bright smile, and that's what she always does, right? Rika has been, since the very first game, been like this weird kid character who always speaks out her expressions. And Meep is like staring. So... yeah. You're welcome. What I could have only described as a cold expression suddenly blossomed into a smile, one that soon infected me. You might be familiar with the term angelic smile. To me, it was like that phrase was created just to describe the smile she gave me. Nipa. Feels like the game going, hey, you've been staring at old men for the past 2 hours, now take the cute kid? I'll take the cute kid. Look. Rika is cute, right? Like, not from a attractive perspective, of course, but like, she's just like a... Just like how some characters are comedic relief, she's like the cuteness relief of this game. She breaks up the tension. Also, I like her theme. It's so... This is kindergarten, the main theme. The girl smiling while saying Nipa probably wanted me to return the favor in kind. That's right. this was a kid's form of communication. I still think she remembers like her previous lives or some shit, and she's just fucking with people. And that would be if that actually is the case, that would be the most funny shit ever. If she's just constantly trolling everybody. She knows who's gonna die. She knows what's gonna happen, and she's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna sit here and do meep. Having the other person emulate what you just did was a rudimentary form of mutual understanding. Nipa. It was a beautiful afternoon in the early summer, and now the next bus drives by, and everybody's like, what the fuck is going on there? What was I doing? Nipa. Well, whatever. This was interesting in its own way. So can we actually, like, talk? This has been going on for way too long. If making somebody happy with just a smile was the work of angels, then this girl was definitely one of them, and my angel just walked past. Hey there, honey, can you smile for the camera? Yes, hello. Can you do a little nippa? You don't want to. Okay, I got it. Goodbye. I couldn't help but pray that my own child, who was soon to be born, would grow up to be like this girl. That strangely gentle moment was finally brought to the end by the arrival of a car. An older person waved at me from the driver's seat, a dry smile plastered on their face. I'm speaking in Twitch now. Okay, that's random, but hey. Old person. They got me in the game. The fuck? Okay. So I can use my normal voice. Hi there, good afternoon. Sorry for being late. You're the tourist who phoned yesterday, right? Huh? Yes. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm running a little behind because of the farm. Hop right on in. It looks like the weather isn't going to hold up for much longer, so I'll show you around real quick. Huh? Cerveza? It changes fast around here. There'll probably be evening showers again today. If that happens, you won't be able to take any pictures. Come on, get in, get in. My Wi-Fi on YouTube was dying, so Twitch seems to work. Wait, is the YouTube stream going worse? Let me see performance. We have not dropped a single frame during the whole stream. So it seems to be a Dinkler problem. By the way, what time is it? Oh, we gotta stop soon. Meep. Turning around, the girl was standing right behind me with an intrigued expression. Her body language somehow reminded me of a stray cat that followed you around after you played with it a little. So charming. Well, if it isn't Rika-chama. Praise be, praise be. Nipa. A girl named Rika, with an immaculate smile and an old man praising her while rubbing prayer beds in his hands. It was a rather mysterious sight to behold. So the girl turns her face at me, tilting her head a little in a cutesy manner. After seeing that, the elder introduces me as a tourist who came to sightsee Hinamizawa. A young'un who came to the village for sightseeing. And we finally got a fucking sentence out of her. Let's see. There you go. I didn't know she does the nano desu. Like, cutesy fans in Japan must have lost their shit over Rika. Like, out of all the character designs in this series so far, I think the ones that the author matched the best to their visuals and overall the whole package are Rena and Rika. Like, they are perfect for this game. Absolutely perfect. I wouldn't change a single thing. Oh my god. Okay, maybe I would change that. The girl, Rika-chan, said that with a smile as she clung onto my arm. Well, yeah. I heard that this village is surrounded by a precious nature reserve, so I very much wanted to record that with my camera. Even though I look like this, I really like to take pictures. What? Tomitake Mark II? Is he? Is she referent? What the fuck? I almost want to play this game voiced because it's Rika focused and I just love her voice actress so much. Okay. Tomitake Mark II. Huh? Tomitake? Huh?
Makino, is it okay if I come along too?
I couldn't. You could come along, Rika-chama, but there's nothing interesting to see. You should go play near the shrine or something.
Meep.
A distinctly displeased expression crept across Rika-chan's face. Being able to show one's emotions honestly on their faces was a privilege young children had. If it's not too much of a problem, could you bring this child along with us? When I said those helpful words, another smile spread across Rika-chan's face with another nipa as she clung to me again. I hate the voice she does for most characters, but I can admit some of her voices are good. I mean, I really think that kind of makes her a great voice actress, though. If you can have some roles where you like her and some where you don't. Like, I hated her in that weird in that weird harem show that ran like a year ago where she was the bunny girl, the main character girl. And she even had to sing the opening despite being like 46. But I love most of her roles. Not bad at all. I want this girl. You can't read this, bro. I'm goodbye. Fuck! You have to read it, and people are gonna make a quote from it as well. I know you guys. I can do the dirty work for you. No. No. This is my job. It doesn't pick up my because of the noise filter. Wait, I'll turn it off. noise removal off. Okay, now it should work. Not bad at all. I want this girl to call me Papa. No. Father. Dad. Daddy. Fuck, why did it get worse? Shit, man, I thought I had it. I hear the sirens. Police is already on its way. Come and take me. Shh. Why didn't you just stop with Daddy? Oh, come on, man. What am I doing? For real? Akasaka, what is wrong with you, brother? Ever since I met this girl, I was completely off my game. Just calm down. Nothing I can do, I guess. Rika-chama never listens, even if you say no. Come on, hop in. Come now, Rika-chama too. The old man descended from the driver's seat and opened up the sliding door of the van, which had Onigafuchi Alliance Town Council stenciled on the side. Boing, boing. What? Why did it make a boing sound? Rika-chan brushed me aside, dove into a seat, and began bouncing around right away. It seemed like she was thoroughly enjoying the bouncy springs. Come on now, Rika-chama. If you're like that, our guest can't sit down. Hey, Rika-chama! Girls are nice. Dude, I don't think he wants a daughter. This is a little too weird. I thought it was wholesome at first, but this dude is kind of stretching it for me. I wonder if my child will play around this too. Around like this. No. It was written in that guide to raising a child that you shouldn't dote on them. This is the German way. Kids are kids. If you don't raise them strictly without spoiling them. It's soft and springy, Nippa. Nippa. Fuck, it didn't pick that up. I said Nippa really loudly. It woke Luna up. I am definitely going to be a terrible father. It was decided that I would be a doting parent before my child was even born. Well then, sir, I'll show you around some places that I think look nice. Have you eaten lunch yet? Yeah, I had a light meal at the hotel. Is that so? Well then, let's get going. We're setting off on a tour of Hinamizawa. Yay! I can already imagine that in the anime, she doesn't just do yay, she also does like the clapping and does the pachi. Is it alright if I call you Rika-chan? Sure. My name is Rika Furude. I can already do addition in the 10th digit. Oh, is that true? That's amazing. I don't count on my fingers. I can do it all in my head. The way she insisted upon that was just too cute. At some point, the nervousness I had about being alone in enemy territory had evaporated like it has never been there at all. Cute girls can just solve everything. Clipped and reported to FBI. I hate you, dude. I knew it was happening, but damn, that hurts. I had to be at least a little thankful that said I met this girl. Well then, let's get going. It's time for Hinamizawa nature watching. The old man stepped on the gas with... I have to... Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't say that. With a great deal of gusto. It may or not be on the Discord too. Bro, why are we getting new music now? We are totally Tomitake. Okay, that is fucking cute. Let's be real. That was a great idea, man. Props. That was funny. That was 2025's cutest photobomb. Okay, but we're gonna save and stop here because it's getting fairly late. And this is a good place to stop, I think. Okay, I just got back from clipping you and I gotta say you put your whole soul into that. You really made sure we knew you were daddy. Shoot me. Just shoot me now and don't let Joe see this, okay? Especially don't let Soft see this. Holy shit, if he sees this, I'm good. Help. How do I quit the game? Like this, okay. Thank you, Ding. I appreciate that. Thank you. That is a compliment I never wanted to get. Believe me. Not for that voice acting. All right. We got a lot. I don't think we got a lot done today, honestly. Like we were slow. We are always slow because we talk so much shit during Higurashi, but it doesn't matter. It ended on a very, very disturbing note for me, but I think I can make it. Regarding the general schedule going forward, we're not really going to change much from how we did it before the break. I want to do 2 days a week, and I can probably also do it. Sometimes, maybe not, but I'll try my best to do it. And for now, if nothing else happens, we'll do the same thing we did this week, next week. Elden Ring on Wednesday. Friday is going to be Higurashi. So, no real big surprises there. Just to let you know. I'm very, very happy to be back. Like, I'm having a good time. I hope you guys are having that too. I'm also very, very happy that you guys are still around. Honestly, it's a whole Nippon is what I'm gonna say, and it's just great. So thank you. I really mean that. And with that, I wish you guys a good day, a good night for those that need to go to sleep, like Dinkler, go to sleep. And for anybody who wasn't in the live but still watches this, because I know some people do that for the Higurashi streams, I appreciate you guys too. Thank you. I really, really mean it. I'll see you next week. Goodbye.